like to call to order the Tuesday, August 6, 2013 meeting of the Township of South Orange Village Board of Adjustment. May we have a roll call?
Yes, Mr. Don, Mrs. DeScala, Mr. Groman, Mr. Polipiano, Mr. Reeves,
Here.
Mr. Semper,
Here.
Mr. Adler,
Here.
Mr. Shapiro,
Here.
and Ms. Warren.
Here.
Okay, so we have 5 board members now, which makes a quorum. Mr. Parlapiano may show up later. We'll see.
That was quick. He may.
That's Mr. Parlapiano. Okay, so let the record reflect that Mr. Parlapiano has arrived. Pursuant to Section 5, Chapter 231, PL 1975, this is to state for the record that adequate notice of this meeting has been provided to the public by posting and maintaining the annual notice of regular meetings on the bulletin board in Village Hall, by publishing the annual notice of regular meetings for 2013 in the December 2012 edition of the South Orange Maplewood News Record, and by filing said notice in the office of the village clerk. Okay, the first order of business that I want to, just some housekeeping. This is going to be a busy agenda tonight. I don't know if we're going to be able to get to everything. So what I wanted, is there any representative here from Fairview LLC at 310 to 318 South Orange Avenue? Yeah, come on up, please. Hi.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman. Rob Simon from Herald Law on behalf of the applicant.
Okay, so Mr. Simon, you can see that you're last on the docket here this evening. My experience tells me that we may or may not get to you, so that's pretty useless experience, isn't it? So, given, obviously you would have to wait if you want to wait, or you can ask to adjourn to the next meeting, but I just wanted to give you that option.
Right, no, I appreciate that, Mr. Chairman. I know that I do have some witnesses that I told to arrive closer to 8 o'clock, given the agenda. And what I would maybe request under the circumstances is maybe once we get through completeness and maybe you get started with the first application, once we hit the 8 o'clock-ish hour when my witnesses arrive, I can speak to them, including the client, just to get a feel on it, and then maybe address it at that point.
Okay, address the issue of adjournment.
Right.
Okay, sounds good.
I mean, just so give them a benefit.
Okay, but I'm not going to interrupt one application for your application.
Maybe we can raise it again right before the first application.
That sounds good.
Thank you.
Okay. And then the other thing I'm going to do this evening is just to maximize convenience. Is there a representative from the dentist office at 63 Valley Street here? Come on up here. State your name, please.
Sandeep Singla?
You're Dr. Singla?
I am.
Okay, so what we're going to do here is after we get through with the minutes and the resolution, I'm going to bring you up for completion first, just because I see us going through this very quickly with yours. And that's for your convenience and also to maximize efficiency, because we have 2 applications involving Seton Hall, so there'll be less shifting around.
I appreciate
Okay.
it. Thank you.
All right, so then we move into the approval of minutes for the regular meeting held on Tuesday, June 25th. And we received those in our emails. Now, I don't believe that any of us sent any corrections to anybody, because we received these recently. There was one question I had on the second page, halfway down with the paragraph starting, Mr. Don asked where the number of additional spaces came from. Mr. Lothian stated it will identify the need of the number of parking permits. I think the word is, I think what the meaning of that sentence was, it will address the need. Because otherwise the sentence doesn't make sense. Other than that, I didn't see any obvious errors. Any other comments? May we have a motion?
I move we approve the minutes with that one correction.
I'll second.
Okay, Mr. Parlapiano,
Yes.
Mr. Reeves,
Yes.
Mr. Semper,
Yes.
Mr. Adler,
Abstain.
Mr. Shapiro,
Yes.
and Ms. Werling.
Yes.
Then we move to July 2nd minutes. And on the second page, halfway down the page with the paragraph beginning Mr. Reeves, the last word in that sentence should be plural, residences, not just residents. So noted that this is a two-family zone that has been changed and intended to increase the density of the residences. I didn't see any other obvious errors. Any comments on this minutes? May we have a motion?
I'll move we accept the minutes as amended.
I'll second.
Okay, Mr. Parlapiano,
Yes.
Mr. Reeves,
Yes.
Mr. Semper,
Yes.
Mr. Adler,
Abstain.
Mr. Shapiro,
Yes.
and Ms. Werling.
Yes.
Okay, so now we then move on to the approval of resolution for Mr. Molinaro on 174 Church Street. We received this resolution from Mr. Dwyer a number of days ago. Had plenty of time to look at it. Does anybody have any comments about it?
No.
I thought the resolution was, as usual, well-written, and it concisely but also comprehensively stated the relevant matters. So I'm fine the way it's written. Any other comments? May we have a motion?
I'll move it.
I'll second.
Okay, Mr. Parlapiano,
Yes.
Mr. Reeves,
Yes.
Mr. Semper,
Yes.
Mr. Shapiro,
Yes.
and Ms. Werling.
Yes.
Okay, so now we're going to move into Dr. Singlet, the completion hearing. And again, in trying to find our way how to best do this, I think tonight I'm going to try to read off the items. And Ms. Gruhl, if there are questions, obviously say something explaining, what your opinion was on these. I'm going to march down Ms. Gruhl's memorandum here about the items that were requested for waivers or irrelevant. So, Dr. Singler, why don't you come on up, just in case there's any question for you. This is not your actual application. This is just for completeness, to make sure we have everything we need. And there may be things that the board may ask of you that you don't necessarily have to provide, but that you would be wise to provide if the board requested.
That's fine.
Okay. So this is for the property on Valley Street between 1st and 2nd Streets in the B1 zone. And it's a renovation of an existing two-story commercial building. Dr. Singla essentially wants to put his offices not only on the 2nd floor where they're allowed, but on the 1st floor. And under our zoning ordinance, professional offices are allowed on the 2nd or higher floors of the building. So we go into the completeness review, and I'm looking here at page 2 of the Gruhl memorandum. And it says here, item 10, not provided letters from utility companies, no exception. Ms. Gruhl takes no exception to that. Do we have any problems with that?
No.
The applicant has not submitted an application to the county planning board. This could be a condition of approval. We've generally gone with that decision. Item 12, not submitted to the Essex County Health Department application. Again, approvals could be a condition from those agencies could be a condition of approval. Okay with that? Okay. Now, I'm moving quickly, so please stop me if you have questions. Item 13, the applicant is not submitted to the Hudson Essex Passaic Soil Conservation District an application. Required approvals from outside agencies can be a condition of approval, but there's not going to even be any disturbance, so it's really irrelevant. Not submitted any copies of DOT or DEP approvals, and again, could be a condition of approval. Would that even be relevant in this case? Probably not relevant. The applicant has not submitted an affirmative statement as to conditional standards are met, but no conditional uses are proposed, so that's again irrelevant. Item 33, the applicant has not submitted a plan with setback lines shown. And the recommendation is that for the purpose of completeness, that's okay, but that the applicant submit 10 days prior to our next meeting a plan that has those setbacks.
Yeah, I've already spoken to the surveyor and he's on it, so that will be submitted in the allotted time.
Okay, and likewise, I'll just skip ahead to the next item for the plan, should be the shortest distance between the existing building and lot lines.
Yes, so that will be adjusted on the survey.
Could you
will be
speak
provided.
into the
Speak
microphone?
right into the microphone.
Yes, I've already spoken to the surveyor, and those recommendations have already been implemented on the new survey, and those additions will be made and provided.
10 days before.
Yes, that is correct.
Great. So then we move on to item 36, existing trees. I don't think there are any trees on that site.
There is not.
Item 37, wells, information on wells or septic systems. The site's already developed, so that should not be pertinent. Not submitted a landscape plan. No changes to the existing landscaping are proposed. So there doesn't need to be one, I suppose. The applicant, item 39, the applicant has not provided a developer's agreement that addresses affordable housing. Is that even relevant to this application? Right. Right, so that is not relevant to this application. Okay, and then we addressed item 45. So then, in summary there were the two items that Dr. Singla said will be provided to us 10 days before the hearing.
That is correct.
He agrees to that. Are there any other items that the board would like to have? To let Dr. Singla know about this. Ms. Gruhl?
And I just wanted to note a comment that we made at the beginning of the completeness review, that just to make sure the applicant is aware that the board can ask for additional information during the hearing.
Sure.
This, of course, is for completeness.
Right.
Keep it in mind. Thank you.
Do we have the uses on either side for a few lots down?
They have photos. I know I've seen the photos. I don't know if the uses are specified.
Might be helpful.
Would you like to have that information?
Yes.
So, Dr. Singla, I would suggest that for three properties on either side of the index property, that you find out what the uses actually are.
That's fine. On that same side of the street, is that correct? Or are we talking opposite?
I'm thinking that side, but if anybody else has an opinion.
I would suggest that the applicant is probably going to provide testimony for the D variance that's required, and part of that's going to be an analysis of the use within both sides of the street and within a certain distance, whether it's 200 feet or whether it's between, however that is, that you would probably do that as part of your testimony
Yeah.
as it is.
That's a good point. The ordinance requires identification of property owners within 200 feet, so maybe you should just do that within 200 feet, identify those.
That's fine.
Are you planning to have any professional testimony, or are you
Yeah,
doing this?
No, I do have a civil engineer as well as an architect and an attorney, so
Okay, so figure, you designate who you want to, whether yourself or somebody else to provide that information.
that's fine.
Okay. Any other information?
There's also a note that says that based on the application, it may also require a C variance for parking.
Yes. So be prepared to discuss the amount of parking that's required versus the amount that you have
Okay.
on the property. So you'll need to, because I don't think you did that in the application. I don't think that was addressed at all. Thank you for bringing that up. Parking will be a matter too. So you need to know how much is required per ordinance,
Okay,
and then how much you intend to provide. And then if it requires a variance, you would need to give reason why you think you have enough.
okay.
Any other questions? So you make is it motion for completeness or just consensus?
Well, you may want to suggest, Mr. Chairman, that in light of the fact that he's seeking a D variance, he may want to provide planning testimony.
Okay, did you hear Mr. Dwyer?
I did not. Can we repeat, please?
In light of the fact you're seeking a D and a C variance, you may want to provide planning testimony from an expert planner.
Planning testimony would be from the civil engineer or would be from the architect? I'm a little confused as to,
Who's ever licensed as a planner in New Jersey?
I'm sorry, say that again?
Who's ever licensed as a planner in New Jersey?
Okay,
So sometimes you get engineers and architects that are also licensed as planners that can wear two hats, but they need to be licensed as a planner.
okay, I will find out about the credentials.
Okay. You don't have to do this, but Mr. Dwyer made a wise suggestion.
I will notify my attorney to
Okay.
make those things happen.
Anything else? Okay, so can we have a,
I'll move that we deem the application complete, subject to the conditions we discussed tonight.
okay,
I second.
Okay, Mr. Bardapiano,
Yes?
Mr. Reeves,
yes.
Mr. Semper,
Yes.
Mr. Adler,
Yes.
Mr. Shapiro,
Yes.
and Ms. Warren.
Yes.
Okay,
Thank you.
very good. And then when are we, you would be on for next month, I believe.
Correct. I'm
Yes.
hoping that's what it would be for.
Yes, should be next month. Okay. September 3rd? Right. Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, so now we move into the completeness slash evaluation of appeal from our zoning officer's denial for Seton Hall University. And now this is regarding the 519 South Orange Avenue property. So why don't we go ahead and get our materials out for that?
Hi,
Okay.
good evening, Nicole Dory, on behalf of the applicant, Seton Hall University.
Good evening.
Good evening. We received the completeness review report from Mrs. Bull. I've spoken to her as well, and the university is agreeable to
Okay,
providing.
hang on a second. Turn the mic towards you.
Is that good?
No,
Lift it up a little.
Okay, does that work?
that's
Thank
okay.
you. Thank you. I'll just repeat what I said. I've spoken with Ms. Rule, I've reviewed her report, and the university is agreeable to providing all of the information requested, with the exception that we would like to request a waiver for elevations. The university has architectural plans, but they don't have the elevation information. And given that they are not proposing any significant modifications to the building, they would like to request a waiver with respect to elevations.
Okay, aren't we jumping ahead though of what we should be doing? Are you all appealing the zoning officer's denial of the request that this is, what your application is the same as a professional office? That's what I read.
Yes, we are appealing the zoning officer's decision, and in the alternative, applying for a use variance.
Okay, so it seems to me that the first thing that we should discuss before we get into completeness is whether their application, whether we would uphold the zoning officer's denial of Seton Hall's request that their application constitutes professional offices, and if we think it does constitute professional offices, then they can proceed with their development, and there's no variance application. Or then there's no completeness. Then we would move on to completeness if we upheld what Mr. Rinda denied.
I think that's right, because only if we uphold the denial will there be an application for variance.
Right, right.
I'm sorry, if that's the case, would there then be, if you uphold the zoning officer's decision, would there be another completeness hearing after that?
No, we're going to go straight into the completeness,
Okay.
right seconds after that. Yeah, so the
Okay.
completeness will be done right here, tonight.
Okay, very good, thank you.
Okay. So, Mr. Rinda, I guess you're the one that, you're the bad guy, so why don't you give us your reasoning here as to your denial of their application as far as their reasoning goes, and how your reasoning was different.
Okay, the property has previous resolutions and variances that were approved by the zoning board. And if you look at the resolutions as they were approved, they are for professional offices on the lower floors, and there's also, and Nicole, you can correct me if I'm wrong, because I haven't read through them recently, but there was also a variance for a daycare facility on the upper floor. And what's being proposed is basically general office space. Because by definition, in the village's ordinance, professional office is basically a doctor, a lawyer, an architect, and an accountant type office. And those professional offices are actually conditional uses in the zone. But what was approved weren't professional offices for the whole building. So what they're proposing is faculty offices. I would put them in the category of general offices, which is a slightly different definition in the ordinance, and the fact that I don't believe there was ever a resolution passed to allow offices on the upper floor, but only the daycare, and I think at one time apartments as well. That's why, in my opinion, this is a change in use of the entire structure for the offices, and that's why I denied the application
Okay. So then...
for a use permit.
Okay, then, so let's hear Seton Hall's.
I'm sorry, I'm a little confused. I was expecting that this was going to be a completeness hearing this evening, so the applicant is not prepared to present their case with respect to the appeal this evening.
So then, well, they're not prepared, but we're hearing it anyways.
Okay, well, I mean,
Didn't we give them notice that this was...
Mr. Chairman, I would suggest if she's going to submit evidence that they may want to request an extension or an adjournment of this part of the hearing?
yes, I would like to request an adjournment.
So we just put this to the side and we go on to completeness?
Could do that. I don't think completeness is going to be a big issue.
Okay, I mean, I see logically we can do that, but you're saying you all may want to come back with evidence to rebut what Mr. Rinda was saying.
Yes, we would, but it was my understanding, and I'm sorry if I was confused about this, but that this would be a completeness hearing this evening with respect to the application. And the university is happy to provide the information with the understanding that the board refers to the appeal, but we would like the application to be deemed complete so that there is not any additional delay.
Makes sense to me.
It's fine. I don't think there's a problem with that, Mr. Chairman. I mean, in the event it's turned down next week, they'll be ready to go.
Yeah, they have the completeness, they're ready to do their completeness. Mr. Polipano, you have a look of consternation.
I'm just wondering, Mr. Dwyer, we haven't had too many appeals here, whether, I mean, what we were talking about earlier was that the appeal is prior to there being a variance application.
I agree, and I understand your concern. I'm just suggesting at this point, since what's happened has happened, that we may want to hear completeness now.
Just
So next month, they'll know they're going to be heard.
right. They know whatever happens will go straight through.
Right, because then if, let's say, if the board were to uphold Mr. Rinda's denial, then they go straight into their variance. I mean, they're here ready to present their completeness hearing, let's get it done.
Right.
Okay?
Okay.
All right, so
Thank
then
you.
we'll put off the issue of the zoning officers, appeal of the zoning officer's decision to the next meeting, and we will go into the completeness hearing now. So, again, we have a memorandum from Hire Gruel and Associates. This is dated August 2nd.
Yes, we have a Mrs. Gruel's memorandum. There were several items that were requested, one of which is a certified list of property owners, public hearing notification. Those are both items that the university will definitely provide in advance of the hearing date. Parking layout will be provided, an existing structures map of structures within 200 feet of the property.
Tell you what, the way I'd like to go about this is I'd like to march down these items. Is that okay? And then you comment on them so I can mark them off. And that's just sort of a certain sort of concrete obsessiveness I have to make sure everything is ticked off. Okay?
Understood, thank you.
All right. Item 4, tax collector certification. It's a tax exempt university, so never mind. The applicant has not provided a certified list of property owners, and they should do that within 10 days prior to a public hearing.
Yes, we will provide that information.
See, this is the way I like to do it. Okay, good. Item 6, the applicant has not provided a deed and affidavit of title for lands to be conveyed. There's no lands to be conveyed. So
Correct.
that's relevant. Item 9, it's not submitted a public hearing notification. Well, that will be done once we establish the date for the hearing.
Yes,
Okay. Not provided letter signed by a responsible officer of any utility companies. Requested approvals from outside agencies may be a condition of approval. Does the board have any problem with that? Okay. Not submitted an application to the county planning board because, even though it sits on a county road. Again, this approval from the county board could be a condition of approval of our decision. Okay.
okay.
Not submitted to the Essex County Health Department. Again, required approvals from that agency could be a condition of our approval. Okay. Item 13, no soil disturbance application. I don't think you're proposing any soil disturbance, are you?
No, the applicant is not proposing any modifications that would require such a permit.
All right, so they're not even proposing it, and if they did, it could be a condition of our approval. No copies of DOT or DEP approvals. Again, these approvals could be a condition of our approval.
There's none expected.
Has not submitted a full traffic and parking impact, and the recommendation here is we recommend that they do provide details about the proposed parking 10 days prior to the hearing.
And the applicant agrees to provide that information.
Great. Number 20, needs to be an affirmative statement indicating conditional uses, but no conditional uses are proposed. So that's irrelevant. Not provided details regarding the site located within the Montrose Park Historic District. Recommendation from Hire Gruel is no exception to granting this waiver of completeness, and the applicant should provide testimony and details.
Mr. Chairman, I don't think it's in Montrose Park Historic District. I could be wrong. It is?
Yeah, I think that whole area that, you know, goes up to South Orange Avenue.
It's on the other side of South Orange Avenue.
No,
It's on the Montrose side.
It's on the Montrose side of South Orange Avenue. So what should well, let me put this to the applicant. What is your thoughts on this?
The applicant can provide testimony if necessary. Again, the applicant's not proposing any modifications to the exterior of the structure.
Okay, oh, geez, no. We don't have to go to the, we're not obligated to go to this committee.
It's not a named property, which is the trigger
Right.
for must.
Right.
Otherwise, it's just testimony.
No, it's just, it's part of the checklist, and there should be some testimony indicating exactly what has been said and how it relates to the historic district.
Okay, fair enough. Item 35, information regarding critical environmental areas. The site's already developed. It's relevant. 36, information regarding existing trees. It's already developed and there are no site improvements that are proposed.
Correct.
Okay. 37, information on existing wells and septic systems. And again, the site's currently developed. The applicant has not submitted a landscape plan, and you're not proposing any changes to the landscaping.
Correct.
Okay, so that should be relevant. Item 39, the applicant has not provided a developer's agreement with affordable housing. Again, is that irrelevant in this case?
A developer's agreement is not needed at this time, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. Does that mean it's not needed, period?
Well, there may be a affordable housing component to any non-residential approval that the board makes. So that would be a condition of approval, but we do not need a developer's agreement at this point.
Okay. Item 44, the applicant has not identified the location and use of all existing structures within 200 feet. And this is okay for the purpose of completeness, is what Higher Gruel recommends, but that they submit a map identifying the location and use of existing structures within 200 feet 10 days prior to the hearing.
The applicant will provide that information.
Thank you. Item 45, the applicant has not identified the shortest distance between the rear of the existing building and the rear existing lot line. And then this should be provided 10 days prior to a public hearing.
And again, the applicant agrees to provide that information.
The applicant has not provided architectural plans and elevations, and I guess getting back to what you said, you would agree to provide architectural plans, but you don't think it's necessary to provide elevations.
Correct. We are
And what's the reasoning for that?
There are no major modifications proposed, no modifications to the exterior of the structure. Basically, the applicant is only proposing minor interior modifications, repainting.
Can everybody hear her? Okay, you'll need to speak up a little bit.
Okay. The applicant is not proposing major modifications to the property, perhaps repainting, modernizing slightly, but we don't believe elevations are required or necessary. So we're requesting a waiver.
Mr. Chairman, I don't know what constitutes a major modification or a not major modification. Is there any modification to the exterior?
No, there are no modifications to the exterior proposed.
Ms. Gruel.
I have no problem with that waiver as long as this applicant knows, as I know they do, that if during the testimony that there's a need for additional information and there's some testimony that indicates there are some modifications, then that would have to be, that's an option for the board. But I don't have a problem with that at this point for completeness, for submission. I don't think, since there's some indication there will be no modifications other than painting
Yes, to the extent
and
there are
minor repairs.
minor repairs and painting, that's what's expected. And to the extent that changes, we will certainly let the board know.
Okay, what does the board think? Is the board okay with that?
I'm fine with that.
Ed? Okay, so just bring in the architectural plans.
Thank you very much.
So that identifies the items on the Higher Gruel memorandum. And They agreed to do all of those things. Are there other items or other issues that we need to discuss for completeness purposes? We have a bunch of photos here. We always like photos. And you've already provided a bunch of those, so that's nice. These are adjacent properties. You have a photo of the front and the rear of the property. Now, is there an issue with parking? I didn't see that there was any issue with parking in this.
There is a variance that's necessary, and there seems not to be a standard parking layout in the back. So that was why the information was suggested that they provide that. There's several garages. It's not striped. There's a need for a, quote, parking plan so that it's understood how it will be parked, the extent of the variance for the board.
So the variance is for number of, I mean, there's a bunch of, it's a big parking lot in back there.
If I might just comment on that. It's our understanding, based on our initial assessment, that there is sufficient parking, that we meet the standard in the ordinance, and there is actually striping, but it's faded. And as part of the application, the university intends to restripe. And as I mentioned to Ms. Gruhl, we are agreeing to provide a parking layout plan.
Okay, so you will be providing a parking layout plan, good.
Yes.
And then you will also provide testimony as to whether the amount of parking does or does not require a variance.
Correct.
Great. See, I learned. Anything else?
Just, I don't have the photographs that you're referring to. I don't have those papers.
We can make you a copy. Okay? We'll make you a copy of what I have. Okay, anything else for the purposes of completeness? Okay, may we have a motion?
I'll move we deem the application complete, subject to the item, providing the items that the applicant has agreed to tonight in time for the 10 days prior to the meeting date.
Second.
Okay, Mr. Parlapiano?
Yes.
Mr. Reeves?
Yes.
Mrs. Semper?
Yes.
Mr. Adler?
Yes.
Mr. Shapiro?
Yes.
And Ms. Warren?
Yes.
Thank you very much.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, I just want to make one clarification. In looking back at the resolutions, there was one resolution that was approved for no more than 3 professional uses in the entire building, but it did specifically limit it to professional uses, as a professional office as described in the ordinance. So there were several resolutions as it went along, and the board did receive copies of these resolutions, I believe.
Yes.
Okay, so I mean, those are the key reason for my rejection of the applicant.
So we should
use
read
permit.
those. You don't have those? You didn't get those?
No.
Did anybody else not get them?
They weren't emailed, and so there may be something at home.
I would be happy to email them to the secretary if that would help.
They should have been attached to the package, but if not, we'll circulate them again. And Nicole, you just want to confirm, I think there was 4 of them.
I
Yeah.
don't recall the number. I think there were at least 3, and I would be happy to email them to the board secretary if that would help.
I have several in my packet.
Yeah, there's 4 here in this middle package that we gave, so we'll make sure they get them.
1, 2, 3. No, I have 4. Yeah. So who needs the information? Mr. Adler, Mr. Parlapiano?
Well, I do need it. I may have it at home. I just haven't been home to
Okay, so
see.
Mr. Adler, you're going to need it.
I have nothing but the planner's report and of Sal's rejection.
So
That's all I have.
So Jetta, can you send another packet out to Mr. Adler? And Mr. Parlapiano, you'll let
let you know.
Jetta know? Mr. Shapiro?
I need one, too.
You need a whole packet?
I need the packet that we were just discussing, yes. I never received it.
I'll let you know. Maybe it's in the office.
Okay. So Mr. Adler, Mr. Shapiro, and Mr. Parlapiano, and Mr. Semper, you're going to let Jetta know? And I want mine back, Ed. Okay, so, all right, so we'll see you then next month.
Yes, September 3rd,
And then
thank you.
at that point, you'll be prepared with your rebuttal to Mr. Rinda regarding his denial.
Yes,
Okay,
thank you.
Okay, thank you. Now, Mr. Simon, do you have your witnesses here? Are you ready to tell us whether you want to stay or go?
My client and witnesses have arrived, and we would respectfully go. I think I explained to them that where we were on the agenda at 7:45, and the first application hasn't started yet, and we would respectfully ask that the matter be carried, of course, with no further notice provided to the public, as long as I get clarification in terms of when that next meeting date is.
The next meeting date is September 3rd.
September 3rd.
Yes.
Okay, I believe that that's fine.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. So no further notice will be required from...
I don't think any further, no further notice.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, so then we move on to the next item for this evening. Again, it's Seton Hall, but it's another application. This is a continuation of their application for their parking deck on their main campus. And I believe there's going to be additional testimony provided this evening. That was the reason that it was carried to this meeting.
Yes.
Okay. Mr. Rinda, no, we don't need you, Mr. Rinda, for this. We have our engineer.
Okay.
Okay. All right, so are you going to represent the university for this application also?
Yes, I am.
Okay, good. Go ahead.
Okay, again, my name is Nicole Dory. I'm with the law firm Connell Foley on behalf of the applicant. I will be continuing the application. There are a few prior hearings for this application. We were last here on June 25th, and the application was carried to this date. On June 25th, there was some brief testimony from Todd Helmer of Timothy Haas Associates, who had designed the deck. There was also testimony from Mr. Woodruff and Mr. Lothian, both of Langen. Since the June 25th hearing, we submitted a supplemental traffic report from a traffic engineer, Ms. Elizabeth Dolan. She'll be testifying this evening. And she will be preceded by Mr. Garbini, Michael Surza, and Peter Steck. Mr. Garbini will provide additional information in response to the questions raised by the board at the last hearing. And Mr. Surza will testify regarding landscaping, and Mr. Steck will provide some additional planning testimony. So if there are no additional questions, I'd like to call Mr. Garbini. He's been previously sworn.
Okay, Mr. Garbini, you were sworn in at the last meeting?
Yes.
Correct. Okay, so you're still under oath?
Yes.
Okay.
And Mr. Garbini, do you recall at the last hearing there were some questions from the board concerning the location of the parking deck expansion with regard to the athletic field?
Yes, I do.
And you had mentioned NCAA requirements?
Correct.
And can you provide the board with some additional information concerning those requirements with respect to that field?
We checked with our athletic department, and the current field that as it stands now is short on both the left field fence as well as the length of the soccer field. So I believe the suggestion had been made as the possibility of moving or swinging the parking garage in towards the field, and that would not be possible for us. We wouldn't be able to continue with NCAA Division I play. the current field dimensions are, as they exist, are grandfathered in. So if we were to try and build a field at that size, they would not approve it.
Okay, so the parking deck cannot be expanded to encroach on the athletic field, correct?
That's correct.
I don't have any additional questions for Mr. Garbini on this topic, so I don't know if you want to proceed with all of the topics and question him at the end, or if there are any questions from the board
I
at this
actually
point.
think that this topic, let me first state, Mr. Adler had a question relevant to that. I should also state that Mr. Adler, do you certify, because you weren't here at the last application, you certify that you watched the video
Yes, I did.
of the last...
June 25th.
Okay, the last Seton Hall. So he's updated himself. And he actually, I believe you have a question about swinging the...
Yeah, so that
deck.
the existing parking deck and the proposed extension are at an obtuse angle, whatever that angle is. And you're saying that you could not make that obtuse angle less obtuse at all?
That's correct, because as it would swing in towards the either home plate or the soccer field, it would shorten both the left field fence and the length of the soccer field.
Okay. So how much room is there between the closest part of the proposed extension to the fence now?
I believe 5 feet.
Okay.
You mean in terms of the left?
No, closest to the ball field, not the park. The closest part.
Well, there is a warning track, and then there is a home run fence, and I believe there's marginal number of feet between that fence and what was the tennis courts.
But is there any room at all to swing that extension towards the fence without going into the field?
Because no, then we wouldn't have that buffer between the home run fence and the parking garage. You'd be right up against the garage.
And that's bad, why?
It would be actually bad because someone might be injured.
And could the fence be cushioned or retrofitted so that that wouldn't happen, like they have in Major League ball fields?
I don't know. I imagine that could happen, but to pick up maybe 3 feet, I'm not sure if that meets the goal of the board.
Okay, I'll have to check the plan. Thank you.
Any other questions on this particular topic for Mr. Garabini? Okay, thank you.
Okay, if there's no further questions from the board, we'll go on to the next topic.
Yes, please.
Mr. Garbini, do you recall at the last hearing there were questions from the board regarding evidence of students parking off campus?
Yes.
Okay, could you please explain the agreement with the township and the university that permits students to park off campus?
Currently, over the last decade or so, I think we discussed the fact that a number of the streets, whether it's in Tuxedo Park or in Longward Place and Fairview, were zoned as no parking or limited hours. Originally, South Orange Avenue itself was closed for parking, but then over time, I believe maybe 4 years ago, the village opened up parking along South Orange Avenue as long as permits were used. The university buys those permits, all the maximum, and they go quickly to students, as soon as they're available.
Okay, and have you observed that these parking spots along South Orange Avenue are full?
Yes.
Okay, I have no further questions regarding this topic.
Do we have any questions for this, Mr. Garabini, on this particular matter?
Also, during the last meeting, there was a discussion regarding parking on other streets, Workplace, Fairview, Riggs. And it was deemed that the committee wasn't recommending that. However, I did learn that our student affairs and their efforts to find parking has had conversations with the village parking officials regarding trying to open up parking along Ward Place. That was, if you hear about that, none of that will be tied back to conversations that took place here. And I would guess that, given the history there, that won't be approved.
Okay, any additional questions there?
Do we have any questions from our Mr. Adler?
I'm just looking at the site plan, and it shows 19, a little more than 19 feet between the closest point of the proposed.
You need to speak into the microphone.
I'm sorry.
Mr. Adler.
Forgive me. The site plan shows a little more than 19 feet between the closest point of the proposed extension to that fence. So I'm wondering, maybe you're not the person to answer it, Mr. Garbini, but I'm wondering why that extension couldn't be rotated to close the obtuse angle a little bit, and maybe not even go up butting against the fence, but that would pull that sidewall away from what is proposed to be a 5-foot setback.
I believe that that modification may affect our grandfathering as the field currently exists. We did have conversations about this early on, and our athletic department indicated that we would lose our Division I status. So, but I believe in terms of the number of feet that from the property line will be addressed by one of our experts later on.
Okay.
So you're going to have more testimony on this matter? Because I'm going to ask our engineer to comment on this. You know, this is a relevant question. If there's space to pull it away and not needing the variance as far as the side yard setback, as it were, next to the park, and you could just swing the whole garage and not interfere with the soccer field and the baseball diamond, then it's a relevant question. And Mr. Garabini says they can't do it. He may be correct, but we have an engineer here, and I'd like to see, first of all, what's the best drawing we can look at here to look at that, so we can.
I would recommend looking at the site plan, CS 101.
CS 101. CS 001?
CS 101.
Excuse me if I may, but the applicant would offer additional testimony when your engineer is completed to further explain to the board.
You go first.
Okay, so then just be prepared to give us your view of this matter. Okay.
Would you like to hear that now? Okay.
Okay, well, does any member of the public have any, are you through with Mr. Garabini for right now?
I am not completed with Mr. Garbini.
You're not through with Mr. Garabini, okay. Mr. Garabini, go ahead.
Okay, I'll continue on with Mr. Garbini, and then we'll offer the additional testimony with respect to the athletic field afterwards. Okay. And Mr. Garbini, do you recall at the last hearing there were questions from the board concerning the availability of off-campus parking lots?
Yes.
And have you conducted an investigation regarding possible off-campus parking lots?
As I alluded to earlier, we have been on the hunt for parking. We do have Maplewood Pool parking lot, which we have used in the past, and we're going to engage them right after the pool is closed for the, after Labor Day. Initially, what we'll do is we'll move the workers over there and then have the vendor shuttle them. And then as we move through the year, long term, we can make additional decisions. But we are also continuing to look at vacant lots in everything from Orange Memorial, some of this orphanages, hospitals, convents, and so forth. And they all have their various challenges or were not available.
And is there a limited availability for the parking at the Maplewood Pool?
Yes, there is.
Have you had difficulty finding off-campus parking for construction?
Well, we have in the past, and we will by September, yes.
And is it the university's experience that these off-campus parking lots are difficult to manage?
Well, they're expensive to manage. There needs to be a guard present, particularly when you're dealing with students who may leave their cars overnight. There's an expectation that someone is going to be watching them. So the first thing that we're offering to put there would be the construction workers, and who would leave by end of day.
Okay, I have no further questions on this point.
How many spaces are there at the Maplewood? Just give me a little more detail about the Maplewood Pool. So I'm a little bit confused. One is, are you thinking of the Maplewood Pool as a swing site during construction, or are you thinking about it as a permanent part of the parking plan?
The lease that we have with Maplewood Pool would only be for the year. They'd have to have a discussion how that would continue in the future. In terms of the number of spaces, I believe, if memory serves me, there's just something north of 100 there. But I'm not certain of that. We have multiple projects going on, construction projects.
Right.
So not only the parking garage construction workers, but other ones would have to be relocated.
So you've had difficulty finding parking for construction on campus, is that correct?
Yes.
And that search for parking for construction would be independent of any other parking needs for the campus, correct?
Yes.
I have no additional questions on that point.
We have other questions for Mr. Garabini from members of the board? Mr. Adler?
Just a couple. Mr. Garbini, is that those 100 spaces, whatever that is, more or less, figured in any of the studies or reports that you've submitted to the board?
No, the studies and the reports we've submitted to the board are like the long-term use of the parking garage after it's complete. This would be moving the construction workers there during the construction period is more of a transient need. And again, since we can't be assured that that is available in the future, we can't really rely on that.
Are the construction workers included in the 8,352 people that are counted as being on campus?
No, they're not.
Okay. And Mr. Garbini, do you recall at the last hearing there were questions from the board concerning the university's policies to encourage the use of mass transit and limit parking on campus?
Yes, we continue to pursue that. As I mentioned, our arrangement with New Jersey Transit is a 25% discount for students. In fact, our Vice President of Student Affairs met with the President of NJ Transit, who happens to be a Seton Hall alumnus, and they did not, he wasn't able to offer us anything more than that.
And can you explain to the board, provide them some additional information concerning the shuttle service available on campus?
Well, we have two shuttle vehicles, and as they currently circle, sometimes they'll go down to one, but during peak periods, there'll be two. If we see a need where they're running full, then we'll add as needed.
And does the shuttle stop off campus as well as on campus?
Yes.
And is the fare for the shuttle reasonable?
Well, it was up to the end of this past May, it was $1. This coming fall, we're not charging at all for students.
And does the shuttle service offer extended hours?
Yes, until 2:30 a.m. on weekends.
Okay. And can you provide the board some additional information concerning the range of parking permit fees
In terms of,
for for university parking decals?
well, I mean, the most expensive parking decal is for the senior resident students. I think we talked about, trying to manage the students' expectation for finding parking. And I think also the question was asked, how many seniors are given parking spaces? Well, as freshmen move in, we'll provide about 1,100 freshman spaces. But by the time they reach their senior year, they for various reasons, have dropped down to 150, almost to the consistent number. And only about half of those people, in fact, apply for the parking decal for resident students. And as I indicated, it's the most expensive parking decal.
And do all faculty and staff have to pay for parking?
Everyone does, yes.
And is there any type of discount offered for parking permits?
There is a discount for carpooling. We have a carpooling program. Students share the hang tags plus the fact the decal is less. Beyond that, there is no discount.
Okay, and could you provide the board with some additional information concerning bicycling on campus?
Well, we have a bike program. We continue to add more and more racks and locations where the students appear that they'd like to see them. We end up knowing that because they've chained them to a light post or something. So we will continue to move forward aggressively with adding more bicycle racks. We've considered, and they're looking into the possibility of one of those bike share arrangements whether it's the most likely point would be from the train station up to the university and back. We're questioning the usage of that right now, considering the shuttle exists and makes those runs. We have a zip car program in place for 2 years now, and I think that's the majority of our initiatives that we've undertaken thus far.
Okay, I have no additional questions on this point. One other point to address. Any for Mr.
Do we
Garbini?
have questions for Mr. Garbini? Mr.
Yes,
Adler?
I have a couple. Mr. Garbini, you said that when the freshmen come in, there are about 1,100 cars?
No. There are 1,100 students move into the residence halls.
Okay, and how many?
And freshmen.
Okay, no cars?
No cars.
Okay.
Only seniors have cars.
Okay, and just offhand, I mean, 2 shuttles doesn't sound like very many for the size of your student population.
Well,
why is there such, what sounds like a very limited use?
Well, it's limited. We're promoting it, and it started off with 1. As we realized that we were hitting a point where during some peak times where the shuttle was full, we then added a 2nd. And as I indicated, if in fact we see that point again, we'll add a 3rd or then a 4th.
Okay, no, I understand that. I'm saying it seems like a very limited, use? I guess it's not a question.
Well, it circles mostly for the students who don't have cars. It's circling to Orr Manor, it's circling to Livingston Mall, it's circling to Target, grocery store, etc. And of course downtown Sloane Street, and to pick up not only people getting off the train, but also drop off students for SOPAC and or so they can visit the business centers.
I understand that. What I was suggesting is with that big circuit all the way to Livingston Mall or wherever Target is and going all these places, you're servicing all of your students with just 2 vehicles. There's something that strikes me as a gross underutilization.
I can assure you, the students have an app, and they track the movement of the shuttle. And in fact, they let us know if in fact they've had to wait too long or they're unhappy when they're getting picked up. So they're not shy about letting us know that what they want. So I assure you it's an easy fix for us to add another shuttle as needed.
Thank you.
Can I ask about the off-site parking? Is off-site parking part of your long-term planning, or is it your plan to try to put everybody on campus, staff and students?
Well, I would say until we find that we have an option, that is our plan at the moment, because we have not found the option yet. It's got it, like I said, it has to be something that's safe, somewhat approximate,
Right.
and that people will use.
Right. But in other words, if you found that kind of spot, you would include off-site parking within your plan.
Certainly, we'd consider that. Yes.
Mr. Shapiro.
This isn't directly at parking alternatives, but at the last meeting, I raised the question that it seems as though there's a concentration of parking demand during Tuesdays, Wednesdays, and Thursdays, because most students like to have a light schedule for Mondays and Fridays, if possible.
Pardon me?
There you go.
Oh. And I had asked whether or not any consideration had been given to reorganizing class schedules to reduce the demand, the peak demand during those periods where there's the greatest pressure on parking, and spreading it out throughout the entire week, which might reduce some of your problem and not make it as acute, requiring this kind of a construction.
Yes, and I was just about to get into that, actually, if there are no
Okay.
additional questions on the other point. And Mr. Garbini, if you could explain to the board the university's policies scheduling classes and how they affect parking.
Well, actually, since last summer, the university has been tightening the times and days that courses are offering. However, we are now at a point where we have, particularly as we face this coming year, the fall schedule was constructed by the academic vice president going out to the departments and basically indicating that if they were going to select and offer courses or sections during the peak times, which would be Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, they would have to at the same time offer a section for Monday, Friday, and or Saturday. Some of those would be 2 class meetings. There are some that meet Friday and Saturday, etc. So they've really tightened up the program. I wasn't aware of the details of that until after our last meeting, but we're expecting that this should even out to the best as possible some of the parking considerations. However, I'm not anticipating it's going to solve our problem by any means.
So, Mr. Garbini, is it correct that there's actually a specific directive that was implemented by the provost's office
The provost, who is the academic vice president, has directed the academic departments to offer courses, as I indicated. If something falls in the peak times, they have to offer a second section at the non-peak times.
And this was a written directive implemented, correct?
Yes, and those courses were offered, and the course file was constructed for the students, I believe back in March, in that way.
Well, it seems, unless I'm missing something, it seems to me that by offering a second section of a heavily in-demand course, all that's doing is eliminating the overflow from that particular course. But my question was directed at how about rescheduling the actual course to a Monday or a Friday to alleviate peak demand?
If I may just continue the line of questioning, and maybe he'll answer some of your questions. And that Provost's office rolled out that directive that took effect in the fall of 2012, is that correct?
They did, right, initially, right.
Okay, and that directive was to even out class schedules throughout the week, is that correct?
Correct.
And what was the reason for that directive?
It was felt that they needed more time to think it through and the impact, because there is a limit to how many students can register in a course. It's not a matter of if a section isn't open in the peak time, it may be open with a maximum of 35. So the students are then forced to, who need that course for their degree, will then go hunting for one at perhaps from their perspective, a less desirable time.
And was that policy implemented because there was a problem with availability of classrooms?
Yeah, yes, it actually, the need was acutely felt in the classroom offerings more because of the limit of the number of classrooms we had and the size of those classrooms. So that's really what led that initiative, and actually will, by happy coincidence, help with our parking load as well.
And as a result of that initiative, has the university observed that there are now their classes are now spread out more evenly throughout the week?
That's correct, including Saturdays.
Okay, and has the university also observed that there are more classes scheduled on Fridays?
Yes.
And are there also more classes now scheduled in the mornings?
Yes, from 8 o'clock, beginning at 8 o'clock, we have nearly full complement.
Okay, and these policies were implemented prior to all of the parking studies that were submitted to the board in conjunction with this application, correct?
Yes.
And notwithstanding these policies that were implemented by the board beginning in the fall of 2012, there's still a shortfall of parking, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, I have no additional questions.
Have any studies been conducted to actually quantify the reduction in demand that would be accomplished by spreading out classes, the most popular classes and the most heavily attended classes, core curriculum for incoming freshmen, to the Mondays and Fridays?
Are there any studies that actually quantify how much of a reduction in peak parking demand can be accomplished by rearranging schedules?
I assure you, when they looked at the courses, they looked at the history of the number of students who were enrolling in those sections. So it wasn't as if we ran the heavy courses that are heavily enrolled and during the peak times, and then the lighter enrolled courses on the Monday, Friday weekends. That logic would also not support our problem of finding adequate classroom space that fits the size of not only the number of classrooms, but the size of the students, the number of students enrolled in that class. And there were outside, there was a consultant involved in that, plus I believe we had our people discussing what was done at some other institutions.
Would you be able to provide us with any actual statistics or clusters showing the percentage of classes, of people taking classes Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday versus the percentage taking Monday and Friday, as to how the actual student population clusters during these periods.
If I were to give you the course run as it appears right now, it would not be all that useful. I know what the courses offerings that we have are, but students, I know you have grandchildren, there is a shifting that will take place in September, plus the fact there will be individuals who neglect, an upper class person who neglected to sign up for their fall courses will come racing in September or late August actually, and be looking for classroom space. So to tell you the truth, it's usually not until the end of the add and drop period in mid-September we actually know what we have and where we have them.
So is it?
I know how many sections were offered during these times, but I don't know how many students are in those sections.
So would I be correct in interpreting that your testimony is that not enough could be done to make a significant difference in terms of spreading out classes?
I would be correct in saying that, and even if you'll remember another issue that I would like you to keep in mind as we go forward, and you hear the testimony that will follow, is that the university operate. There'll be times that we have a noted speaker, author, poet that we'd like to bring onto campus for a particular class or for a particular major, and open that up to others. That would draw more individuals that remain on campus, or might even draw folks coming from off campus. So we're reluctant to do these things. So even though we have function space that would permit that. So as you hear these numbers that will come forward that will follow, keep in mind that they speak to the enrollment in classes and not to what we might be able to do if we had more room. And I don't even know that you'll hear that there's enough room from our experts.
How about evening classes?
Evening class, they're scheduled right through the evening.
To what degree can evening classes be augmented to reduce the pressure?
Not only are we offering more classes in the evening, but we're also working there's a natural progression towards the use of technology and fusion into the classroom, where students might attend one section a week instead of 3. That there's an effort moving forward in that regard that's natural, that has nothing to do with even the classroom or the parking issue. But we're pushing forward on that as well as trying to assist us on some of the crunch issues. But we have been doing that now for since 1999. Keep in mind that there's a student, a typical freshman, or undergraduate, may not have the wherewithal to study on their own. They may need to have that faculty incentive to sit in the group and have the faculty member work with them, as well as their peers. So the target group that you would be interested in attending the kind of technology-infused classroom would be an undergraduate who would drive to campus. And that's not a desirable thing for student learning outcomes. It also affects, studies will show it affects attrition, because individuals need to make the connection with one another and their faculty member.
Because what we're talking about here is not a great number. We're talking about some methods of alleviating maybe the need for an additional 200 to 300 parking spaces during the peak periods, which would mitigate greatly the size and the scope of the proposed expansion.
If I may, I think there's one question I didn't ask. Does the directive, the provost directive, that also apply to spreading out required courses for freshmen and sophomores more evenly throughout the week? Is that right?
That's correct. What was your question again? I'm sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Shapiro. Are other questions? How about our experts?
No questions, Mr. Chairman.
You want me to touch on the garage briefly?
Well, we're gonna have.
I have one question.
Well, hang on. We're gonna have other expert testimony about the orientation of the garage, right?
Yes.
Okay, so let's wait on that still.
Yeah,
Ms.
that was
Word?
my question, is what's on the agenda? Who are we seeing today?
I can go through the witnesses again. We'll bring up our architect, Michael Shatkin, to address the NCAA requirements in the baseball field. After him, I'd like to call our landscape architect. There'll be some planning testimony, and then our traffic engineer.
Public has to.
Excuse me?
The public has to ask.
Yeah, yes, that was my next. You want my job?
No, not at all.
Okay.
Trust me.
No, I've forgotten that before. Actually, the public has the opportunity to ask questions of Mr. Garabini's testimony. Is there any member of the public who wishes to ask any questions of Mr. Garabini? Sir, come forward.
Yeah.
Come forward, state your name.
My name is Houston Stevens.
And your address?
I'm sorry?
Your address?
Yeah, I live at 209 Ivy Street in Newark.
Okay.
We're on the other side of the park. I'm president of the Ivy Hill Neighborhood Association, which is a community group. It's a membership organization of people who live around the park in Newark. We're about 250 families strong, and I come to endorse the Seton Hall application to expand the parking deck. We have two reasons for that. One, that obviously the university...
Sir, I'm going to interrupt here just because as a matter of practice, we take comments at the end.
Oh, okay.
And we want to hear what you have to say.
Okay.
But right now, just want to have questions.
I just didn't want to miss my opportunity.
No, you'll have the opportunity at the
very
end
good.
if that's okay.
All right, thank you.
All right. So any questions of Mr. Garabini? Who here is a member of the public? Two members? Okay, I just wanted to know who else is here. Okay. All right, so no questions of Mr. Garabini. Let's go ahead and move on.
Okay, I'd like to call Michael Shatkin, our architect. And I don't believe Mr. Shatkin has been sworn.
Ms. Dory, I'm again going to ask you to speak up. We really have trouble hearing you.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Shatkin has not been sworn.
Please raise your right hand. He wasn't sworn?
No.
Do you swear or affirm the testimony you give here this evening is the whole truth?
Yes, I do.
Please state your name and address.
Michael Shatkin. My office is at 337 Witherspoon Street, Princeton, New Jersey.
And Mr. Shatkin, can you give the board the benefit of your education experience?
I've been a practicing architect with KSS Architects for 30 years. Our practice includes the design of and planning of college and university buildings, site plans, and master plan work.
And can you explain to the board your educational background?
I have a master's degree in architecture from Washington University.
And what type of certifications, professional affiliations?
I'm registered in the state of New Jersey and have NCARB registration in a number of states.
And have you testified before boards of this type before?
I have testified before the village, before the planning board.
I'd like to offer Mr. Shatkin as an expert in architecture.
Do we have any questions for Mr. Shatkin? No. Okay, so the board recognizes Mr. Shatkin as an expert in architecture.
Thank you. And Mr. Shatkin, could you please explain to the board the orientation of the proposed parking deck addition with respect to the athletic field?
Yes, I'm going to give people kind of a view in terms of how this site plan is arranged. Where I'm placing my hand right now is the south side. It's the Ivy Hill Park area. There is the fence line and the property line is in this location, and the soccer and baseball field is on the north side of the deck. And we started to describe the configuration and how much space existed between the playing fields of soccer and what has been grandfathered by NCAA. And what we did when we established the site for the parking deck was we went to the fence line of the field, and that was what NCAA considered to be the grandfathered portion of the field. So essentially that represents the playing area and the customary buffer area around. We then set the deck it varies from 3.8 feet to what I believe is 3.6 feet away from that fence line, which is again the grandfathered portion of the field, which is by current standards undersized, but is allowed to stay because of its history of having been prior accepted. What the 3.8 feet represents is the construction tolerance that is required to install the deck before we would be encroaching our foundations and our excavations and be modifying the field. So that's the reason why we stepped back that portion. There are some other dimensions that are similar to the dimensions that were, I think, described, and those may be the orientation or the dimensions that are on the west side. But again, our tolerance for construction and the step back that we have in relationship to the field is just under 4 feet.
So, Mr. Shatkin, is it your testimony that modifying the location of the alignment of the proposed deck would affect the university's status of having its athletic field as grandfathered?
That's correct.
Does the board have any additional questions?
So let me, just to be certain, this sort of gray area right outside the dark line of the deck here, which represents the end of the deck, that next lighter grayish line represents a fence?
That is correct.
And that's a fence around the soccer field there?
That is correct.
And so the soccer field itself is another rectangular line inside that, but the NCCA is saying all of that is required. It's not what it would normally be. It's less than it would normally be, but you're getting it grandfathered with this.
That is correct as well.
Okay, so does everybody understand what they're saying, at least? Okay, now at this point, that's where I want to ask our engineer, is what Mr. Shatkin's saying making sense? Is that,
That's right. It's a construction area. That's where the footing will be underground going up to where that fence line is. So that would remain. The other option would be to push it forward and then tear that wall out and put the footing underneath the field. But at that point, you still have the facade on the structure, so you would not get the full 3 feet even if you wanted that. The other question I have though is, if you were to slide this structure, and this is shown more on the Mr. Haas drawing, I think. It looks like, because I was kind of on board with where we were going with that, but it looks as if the alignment now from the new parking deck, if you were to shift it even a few feet, will take the exit lane from the new deck and put it into a column on the old building, on the older deck.
That's correct. I mean, the critical relationship at this end is also establishing the geometry is the ability to pass from one deck to the other deck. So if we were to sort of slide it, we wouldn't be able to utilize the existing infrastructure within the deck. And what this expansion does in a very efficient manner and minimizes construction is to utilize the existing parking decks, ramps, its elevator, and some of its stairwell. So in essence, it's a fairly efficient situation. If we were to build this as an independent deck, well, first of all, we wouldn't be able to have access to it, and second, it would be much larger in order to get a comparable number of cars. So it's an efficient plan to be able to expand off of the existing deck.
It's in as tight as that I can see. I mean, with respect to those column lines, the footing construction, the additional work outside the front, again, the facade itself. I mean, if you could talk to the facade thickness of it, you still would have to stay back. Even if you were to say, let's slide the footings underneath that wall, I don't know how much space that would still get you.
With regard to, it's a combination of the footing, dimensions, as well as the excavation. There needs to be a certain amount of space in order to physically dig the hole before we would get to a situation where we would be modifying the field.
Let me see if I understand this in English. Are you saying because of the conversation that took place and because of whatever problems there are going to be, the deck cannot be smaller?
I think you're going to hear other testimony with regard to the size of the deck, and that's based upon the number of cars. But what we're saying is for the size of the deck, that it's in the most efficient configuration and it cannot be rotated. So I think it would be best if I defer to the testimony that deals with the quantity.
So this
of
is
cars.
only pertaining to rotation, moving it in certain direction.
Exactly. That's
All right.
correct.
Okay. All right.
And let me ask an even more pedestrian question. That foul pole that's noted there, that's already existing?
That is existing.
So does that represent the foul pole at the home run, at the
I think
the
that
field
is
line?
that is correct, and that part of it is part of that condition that we're saying is grandfathered. That is the foul pole.
So now I get a sense of, so that's
How
where
tight-
the
how really
fence
tight
is
that
for a home
condition.
run, right there.
It's right there.
On the left field line. Okay.
I mean, we did, when we examined the site, we tried to make it as large of a site as we could, anticipating this kind of situation. So our orientation, I believe, is as efficient as it can be.
Okay. You have more testimony?
If there's no further questions from Mr. Shacken, I'd like to call our landscape architect next.
Let's see, let's make sure there's no further questions.
Let me just ask one more, because it gets to this question of the size. There was a lot of discussion at the last meeting about the 30-foot setback in the zone and how many spaces could be achieved if you said, I got a fence on one side that I can't violate because it's the fields and it's grandfathered, and I get that. I've got a zone that says a 30-foot setback. We had a lot of discussion, frankly, among the board last time about if you took both of those as given, how many spaces you could achieve within that. And I wonder if did you look at that at all? Did you look at, what's the most efficient you can be utilizing the site if you assumed that on both sides you had a fixed perimeter?
We didn't look at that, and the reason is that we designed to the need. We designed to the perceived need, and I think we're going to have testimony that substantiates that need. So we didn't look at the condition of designing a deck that was less than what was required. No.
And there was also some testimony from Mr. Helmer at the last hearing regarding that topic. It's a fair amount of testimony.
That's right. It was quite a topic of discussion. Yeah.
Yes.
So you're saying the design was based on the client's request?
That's correct.
So if the clients wanted more, you'd give them more?
We generally design to our clients' requests. Yes, that's correct.
Okay.
Well, I think they said actually to the need, right? Not to the client's request, but to the calculated need.
Well, that's why I asked that question, and he agreed.
Well, did you put it to the need or to just what they want? Which I assume is like an arbitrary.
Yeah, I think needs and wants are a societal problem that we're dealing with a lot.
No,
And,
no, I understand, but I think it's a different testimony. If he
I'm
says
sorry.
that-
I removed the word need to request.
Exactly, but
they're going to provide additional testimony, and you'll decide for yourself whether it's a need or a want.
well, I'm not concerned. I think Mr. Semper is.
Well, we'll all decide whether it's a need or a want. That's an interesting question. Okay. We have other questions for Mr. Shatkin.
Okay, I'd like to call Mr. Zora.
Wait.
Sorry.
Do the experts have any questions? No, Mr. Chairman. Okay. Do members of the public have any questions for Mr. Shatkin? No. Okay.
Thank you.
Okay.
Michael Zora. Mr. Zora needs to be sworn in, please.
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm the testimony that you'll give is the whole truth?
I do.
Please state your name and address.
My name is Michael Zora. I'm the principal landscape architect at Langen Engineering, River Drive, Center 1, Elmwood Park, New Jersey.
How do you spell your last name?
Zura, spelled S like Sam, Z like zebra, U-R-A.
Thank you. Can you give the board the benefits of your educational background and experience, please?
Sure, I'd be happy to. I have an undergraduate degree from Rutgers University, a master's degree in landscape architecture from the University of Pennsylvania. I've been a practicing landscape architect at Langen since 2001, and I've testified before a number of boards in New Jersey as well as other states. This is my first time presenting to this board.
Go ahead, I'm sorry.
And have you testified regarding landscape architecture?
Yes, I have.
And specifically with respect to parking structures?
Yes, on a number of occasions.
And I'd like to offer Mr. Zora as an expert in landscape architecture.
Do you have any questions? Okay, we recognize you as an expert in landscape architecture.
Thank you.
If you could please describe for the board your investigation that you performed for this application?
Sure, I'd be happy to. Trade spots, please. Thank you. I've been working on the campus for some time. I'm very familiar with the campus and in particular with the site of the parking structure. I've been on campus a number of times as a consultant for Seton Hall and have been to the site of the garage under discussion tonight.
And have you prepared a landscape plan for the board to consider?
Yes, I have.
And have you made any recommendations with regard to landscaping?
Yes, the plan that we prepared, that I am prepared to share with you this evening, shows the landscape treatment proposed on the park side of the garage.
And can you explain that, those recommendations to the board?
Sure. Maybe I'll refer to some graphics.
Sure.
Thanks.
I believe we left off at A12.
Jenna, what do you have?
I actually have A16.
Okay. I have A11 as Mr. Lothian's last exhibit. Thought that was the right one. I think that might be the University Center.
I don't have Mr. Murphy as 11.
Is that right?
What do you have as the last one, Mr. Dwyer?
You have,
A11 is the last one.
okay, so we're all in agreement that A11 is the last one, so this will be A12. Thank you.
Right. So we're marking two exhibits in now as Exhibit A12 and A13. Exhibit A12 is a photograph prepared by KSS Architects titled View from Ivy Hill Park - Existing Conditions. And to describe this photograph, it's basically a photo from Ivy Hill Park standing in the infield on the turf baseball field that's there now, looking towards the Seton Hall property, towards the site of the existing tennis courts, which is the site in question that is the site of the proposed garage. In looking at that photo on the far right-hand side, you can see the existing garage structure as it stands today. You can see the various appurtenances associated with the baseball field, including the backstop, the fencing, the bleachers and player bleachers as well, as a number of existing trees that exist within the park property, predominantly oaks and other shade trees that line that edge of the property. Beyond that, you see the tennis court fencing associated with the tennis courts on the university's property in the rear. And that's Exhibit A12. I'm going to slide back here. To the right, we've just marked in Exhibit A13, which is also prepared by KSS Architects, and it's titled View from Ivy Hill Park. This image incorporates the existing photo from Exhibit A12 and superimposes the image of the proposed parking structure into that view. So again, in the foreground of A13, you see the baseball field with the various appurtenances, the fencing, etc. You see the existing trees to remain, which are on the park property. And then in the rear, you see the fenestrated facade of the parking structure as it would appear facing the park. In addition to those elements, you can also see in the background the proposed new fencing that would be constructed as part of the parking structure project, as well as the proposed landscape planting. And that's something I'd like to speak to you a little bit more about tonight. I think you can see the leafy green edge to the park is being maintained, and where there are a few gaps between existing shade trees in the park, notably in this section here and some other small areas, we've actually supplemented the garage plan with additional landscape plantings, utilizing a number of evergreen trees and shrubs. I'd like to mark in one more exhibit.
What shrubs are those going to be? Like Leland cypress or arborvitae, or
a variety?
They have to be pretty tall.
A variety, yes. And let me mark in this one other exhibit, and I can get into some more details for you on that. The last exhibit I'm marking in is Exhibit A14, and this plan was prepared by Langen Engineering. It is titled Landscape Plan. What you see here is a site plan of the garage showing the proposed landscape plantings, What you see on the park property is the edge of the existing ball field that shows up on our survey, the garage structure, and the existing shade trees that are shown kind of as circles with black dots in them. Those trees were located using a Google Earth aerial, and the canopy that's indicated is based on that Google Earth aerial photography. So it accurately represents the scale of the existing trees, which I think you can see coincides with the perspective view of those same trees in Exhibit A13. So getting into the question about specific species, there was a question about Leyland cypress, and yes, that is one of the species that's being proposed. We actually have a several part buffer in mind here in the design of the landscape along this edge. Number one, it's definitely capitalizing on the existing trees, the shade trees that are in the park. They're large and mature, and as I think you've seen in the previous exhibits 12 and 13, that they really do break up the views of the proposed garage site. Again, talking about what we're doing to supplement, we're actually planting a significant number of evergreen trees. The Leyland cypresses you mentioned, we're planting, proposing 28 of these cypresses at a very substantial size, using a combination of trees that are 8 to 10 foot in height at installation and 10 to 12 feet in height at installation. A combination so that it's not just sort of a static row of trees. These trees are being used successfully by the university now in screening a number of locations around campus, especially when they're adjacent to residential properties. And what's more is that these trees were already used screening the existing garage to the east side of our site. Leyland cypress were planted along the property line there and are actually doing well today and providing a nice visual break between the park and the existing structure. So in addition to those 28 Leyland cypress that we're proposing, we're also proposing more than 50 additional evergreen shrubs, thinking about the fact that this is a significant buffer. We're using evergreens, which is something that the university already uses throughout campus. We're using rhododendron and laurel shrubs with sizes that are between 3 and 3.5 feet in height, up to about 42 inches in height at installation. So again, I think we're using plants that have proven themselves durable and sustainable here on campus, and are really looking to develop a nice screen with the existing trees in the park, the fence that's being proposed, the shrub layer, and then the evergreen tree layer. So it really is an attractive 12-month buffer.
Mr. Zoran, in your opinion, does the landscaping proposed adequately screen the garage, the parking deck garage?
Yes, in my opinion, it does. It's a previously developed site, and I think the landscape that's being added really enhances the edge of the park.
And Mr. Zora, have you considered the board's comments with respect to using ivy as a landscaping?
Yes, and that is one potential approach for screening a structure. I think in this case, the university has offered to do much more generous plantings that give a much more rapid impact to the screening. Plants like ivy and other climbing vines take time to grow and establish, whereas the plants that are being proposed at significant sizes will give some instant impact, whereas plants like ivy and other vines would take years to really establish and provide any kind of screening.
And would those ivy plants provide a year-round screening?
In the case of English ivy, yes. There are several types of ivies, including Boston ivy, that would be deciduous and would lose their leaves. What we're proposing here is a fully evergreen buffer.
Thank you.
Are you able to, those plants, how many of them are in the park versus on university property?
The proposal as it stands indicates everything is to be planted on university property.
So I got 3 feet. I've got a fence. You're putting all this, I mean, in that section toward the back, in that space between the wall and the fence?
It's actually 5 feet. 5 feet is the narrowest, and there are segments of this that are significantly wider, 20, 25 feet wide. The plants that we're proposing with the cypress, they're very adaptable to sun and shade conditions. So we've seen them in other areas of campus where they're able to tolerate tight quarters, but also put on some pretty significant growth. We think it's a very effective screening plant for the variety of sizes of areas we have to work in.
Those cypresses are full sun.
They tolerate a range of conditions. If you look around,
So you're not planting them expecting them to die?
No, no. If you look around campus, you'll see actually that they're thriving in a variety of conditions. Some being full sun, but most of them being a variety of sun and shade. So we're very confident about that species selection.
Other questions? Mr. Adler?
You referred to the fenestrated facade of the building, the extension. Where is that fenestrated facade?
Sure. Again, I'm not a building architect, but it is part of that face that's facing the park. If we refer to exhibit A14, from where my hand is at the eastern corner of the garage, back to about where the joint is, where the garage cants slightly, that is what I would call a traditional spandreled garage with openings and solid elements. Moving further to the west, because of the proximity to the property line, there is a wall that is composing the garage face that extends around the corner, and that has been treated with some recessed panels and some color changes in the facade that make for the appearance of shadow lines to continue the visual continuity of the openings to the right side of the garage around to the left and around the corner.
So the part of the proposed extension that's closest to the property line and maybe needs the most beautification has no openings, is that correct?
It has no openings, but it has the most significant amount of existing vegetation in terms of trees on the park side. If you take a look again here, sort of in the center, lower center of the drawing, you'll see where the baseball field is and some existing trees along here, very nice shade trees. But as you continue to move west, that part of the park has a very significant number of shade trees that also help bolster that buffer, if you will.
I'm sorry, if I may, Mr. Zor, do you have an understanding as to why there are no openings on that side of the garage?
Yeah, my understanding is it's a building code ordinance.
Yeah, okay. So do you have enough room in the 5 feet for all the root structure that you need for these cypress trees and whatever else you're going to plant?
Yeah, absolutely, because one of the benefits we have in this situation is that the rooting zone is not just a 5-foot strip along the base of the garage. The roots don't see property lines, so there's plenty of opportunity for those roots to grow out into the park and really have an abundant soil volume to grow into.
And with respect to the areas that now have a gap, where you're going to fill them in with 10 to 12 foot trees, is your testimony that that is they will, excuse me, adequately screen the garage, which is 5 and maybe a little more from the property line and rises up as high as this garage does. That'll adequately screen something that's, what is it, 51 feet? I don't remember.
The first part of your question I didn't understand about the gap that you were
Well,
referring to.
you said you were going to fill in the gaps. You said there are existing trees, and where there are gaps, you're going to fill them in.
Yes, yes.
And I'm asking you, with respect to those gaps, are the 10 to 12-foot trees, in your view, adequate to screen a building of the height and closeness of this proposed extension?
Yeah, that's the design intent.
I understand.
The tree species was selected for that reason because it will get to a substantial size. Trees like this cypress will get to 50 feet over time.
How much time is that?
It depends on a lot of things in terms
Well,
of
on
moisture and care.
How
Part
about
of-
not much sun and whatever moisture there's going to be?
Well, I'd say it's dappled sun, because the mature tree canopy, if you take a look at Exhibit 13, you can see some of the smaller trees on the park property that are existing have a denser canopy. A lot of the larger trees, which are kind of at the western end of the garage, are actually taller canopy trees with a more open canopy. They're more mature. So we've seen cypress, if I took a guess as to how quickly those cypresses grew at the east end of the site adjacent to the existing garage, I'd say that they probably grew over a foot a year. The fact that the trees in this proposal are being planted on the university's side of the fence will allow Seton Hall to actually give them some additional tender loving care that they may not get on the park side.
So maybe in 34 years, they'll actually screen the building?
Well, I think you take a look at this rendering here, which is Exhibit A13, and I think you'll appreciate the fact that it's a multifaceted screening that we're talking about. Again, your eye as the viewer, and where people are looking in this park. Obviously, people can look anywhere they want, but the way the ball field is oriented, it's actually facing, it's kind of turned its back on the back edge of the park. The existing trees do a nice job of breaking the views. You've got an attractive garage facade, a nice screen fence, the shrub layer, and then this additional layer of cypress trees that will grow over time, of course. And I think it's a very well done buffer.
Well, I think that, was that drawing done in perspective? I mean, I understand what you're getting at. It's made to maximize not that drawing, the rendering, you know, with that deck being 50 foot tall, and I'm looking at those trees, those are monster trees.
Some of them are very large.
Yeah, look like 125 feet tall, which I doubt they're that tall. But maybe that's just, you know, if they're closer. Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, it's a photo. It's not a model. So I mean,
it's a photograph.
Yeah, you can see that these trees in this photograph, with no garage behind it, shown in Exhibit A12, are the same trees that are shown in the enhanced photograph, with the element that's changed as being the insertion of the garage in the background and the proposed landscape buffer plantings.
Okay. We have other questions? How about our experts?
Yeah, I appreciate the effort that the university has made to address the concerns that I think the board and I expressed at the last meeting in terms of mitigating. And I'm glad to see that there are rhododendrons in there, which is nice. I just have a couple of questions. Is there a maintenance, is there some maintenance that's involved in this? Because I question, well, let me go back. Do you have copies for the board of what you have shown as exhibits? Because it's very difficult for us to really look at it without seeing it a little bit closer. So that's my first question.
Susan, I have 11 by 17 copies of the landscape planting plan, Exhibit A14, that I can pass out to the board. Thank you. I'm not sure if we have handout-sized exhibits of the photo and the photo simulation.
Well, certainly that helps, so appreciate that. I question the 5 feet in terms of that area where that type of landscaping would be placed, particularly as it relates to any maintenance of that, because there is the fence. So how is that intended to be addressed?
Well, it's an excellent question. Let's face it, it is a tight space, and we're trying to get a lot out of it from a buffering perspective. If you take a look at Exhibit A14 when it comes around in the reduced scale, you might be able to see that the university has really attempted to maximize the visual buffer by keeping as many of the plants adjacent to the fence line as possible. Once we get down to a certain point, as I'm indicating here, just past the halfway point on the garage face fronting the park, it becomes very tight. We are using a combination of, as I said, of evergreen shrubs and the cypress, and putting them in at a fairly dense spacing to get the effect that we're looking for. If I had my druthers, I would be picking plants like these that don't need a lot of primping. You know, they're not roses or things that need a lot of pruning and cutting to keep them maintained. The cypress have kind of a fairly relaxed and open growth habit, so I don't imagine that there's a lot of pruning that needs to be done. Same thing goes for the rhododendron and laurels. They're not the type of plants that need shearing and pinching and primping to keep them looking good. The idea is that we're picking plants that are adaptable to a variety of sun and shade conditions, will take care of themselves pretty well once they're established. Again, having the plants on the university side of the fence will allow the university to monitor them in terms of health and care. You will be able to get in there, as a person, certainly not with a vehicle, but as these trees and shrubs grow, it will become a very dense edge. If you're taking a look at the far western end of the plan on Exhibit A14, there is a sidewalk and an open landscape area between the building face and the buffer plantings that will allow for maintenance. So we are talking about a tight maintenance area that's a little bit less than half the length of the garage, but otherwise is fairly accessible for maintenance workers to get in there.
And what would be the proposed ground cover that would be on the area that's not so tight, other than the sidewalk?
At this point, we're just proposing a wood mulch.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
We have other questions? Mr. Sura? Do members of the public have any questions for Mr. Sura? Okay. Now, what's next in line for your plan for this evening? What other experts do you have?
We have our planner and then our traffic engineer.
Okay, before we take I'm going to have a break in just a minute here, but I want to bring back Mr. Stevens, kind of maybe out of order. You look like you were ready to give your opinion. We appreciate anybody from the public coming here. I did want to, see the landscape architect and have you have the benefit of them. I'm going to give you the opportunity to do your testifying right now, just because, if you know what you're going to say and it's not going to change, then you could go, unless you want to hang out here for the rest.
Well, I think I have gotten the information that I needed to get because I did review, some of the renderings.
Okay, so I'm going to allow him to go out of order just for his convenience, so he doesn't have to sit through the rest of the testimony if you don't want to.
Yeah. basically what I wanted to say is that we in the association endorsed the proposal to add on to their parking structure there. We utilize it. We are partners with the county in the maintenance and upkeep of the park. The Ivy Hill Neighborhood Association is a recipient of over $900,000 from the state of New Jersey through the Green Acres program. So we co-sponsored a number of renovations in the park along with the county. So the county has a 50% match. So we are formally partners with the county in the park as a result thereof. In addition to which, we worked with Seton Hall University on some of the issues, related to the park when they wanted to install an access road behind the existing parking structure. There was a necessity to move the fence and do some renovations over there. And they did install, to our satisfaction, trees that are evergreens and shrubbery that help to break up, the view of the structure. We utilize the park a lot. We utilize it for events. We utilize it for sports, that is baseball and football, and we utilize it for basketball. So we have high use of the park. There didn't used to be a lot of use of the park because it was in such poor maintenance. But as a result of the construction of the softball field in the park, which Seton Hall utilizes along with us, we were able to bring some major improvements in the appearance of the park and therefore improve and enhance
Mr. Stevens,
the use of the park.
I'm going to ask you to
Yeah.
get to your point of why you were I cut you off before, you were going to endorse this application. I'm
Yeah,
interested to
and
know,
I am
why are you in favor of this application?
We are in favor of it because, number one, we will have access to, and we do have access to the use of the parking structure now. And we will, I'm sure, will have continued use when we have major events that we want to do in the park. Because there's no parking in our area. There's no parking on Mount Vernon. There's no parking on the streets in the neighborhoods immediately surrounding it. There's very little parking. And so when we have events, we have a big problem. And Seton Hall has been generous with us in allowing us to utilize the parking structure. So if they're short space now, they will certainly be short space as they increase their enrollment, and that adversely impacts us because we utilize it also.
Okay, now I understand. Very good.
All right?
What?
Earlier, he said he had 2 reasons why he endorsed it. Right?
What's that?
Earlier, you said you had 2 reasons why you endorsed it.
Well, I guess I was,
Okay, I just didn't want to miss
speaking off
something.
the top of my head, but the number one is they needed to improve. To expand the space in order for them to meet their enrollment, their parking needs, and we need it because we need to utilize the parking structure as well.
And you're the president of the Ivy Hill Association?
I am the president of the Ivy Hill Neighborhood Association.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Can I just ask one question? When people use the park in the existing parking structure, how do they get into the park? Because that fence, I don't know of any gates in that.
Oh, there is a gate back there.
And so they open that gate for that?
No, we open that gate. We have the keys.
Right.
We have a partnership with Seton Hall University on access from their side of the campus. If they allow us to use the parking structure, they got to give us the keys so we can open the gates and get it and not have to, call on their staff to come out and open it for us. So we have free access and they have free access, and we cooperate on the use of the fields.
I have another question.
Another question, Mr. Stevens, if you don't mind.
Yeah, sure.
So, what kind of events are you talking about?
Well, it's interesting that you asked that. I'll invite you to come out to this event that we're going to do on August the 10th. That's this Saturday, which is the 14th Annual International Food and Music Festival that we do every year in Ivy Hill Park. So that's one event. We do other events in the park. Right now, tonight, we're having a jazz concert in the park. That's co-sponsored by the county, but we do that with them. And, you know, we do other events as well. But the main thing we use the park for is baseball, football, and soccer. That's primarily what we use the park for.
But those things you don't need to use the parking garage.
Oh, yes, we do. We need it because we have parents who come and attend the games. So they need a place to park. We have no place for them to park. If you're familiar with Mount Vernon and turns into Wilding Place, there's just inadequate parking. And you can't park on the South Orange side because South Orange police write a lot of tickets. So our people get the tickets. So that's why we utilize the parking structure.
I got my share of those tickets, by the way. But those things are at night and on weekends only? The baseball, soccer?
Yeah, we do that in the evenings. They're all mostly done in the evenings and on the weekends.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, I'd like to take a brief 10-minute break and then we'll resume and hopefully finish this evening. All right. Okay, turn your microphones back on, please. Mr. Super, why don't you hit your microphone there? Okay, we're back in session now.
Thank you, and I will be bringing Mr. Peter Steck next to testify, but before I do, I just wanted to have a few questions of Mr. Garbini, just in response to the comments made by Mr. Houston, just to confirm some of the statements made. And Mr. Garbini, Mr. Houston testified concerning the university's efforts as a neighbor of the Ivy Hill Park Association, and he indicated that he assumed that the university would give the association the ability to use the parking deck expansion. Is that correct?
That's correct, Mr. Stevens said.
Excuse me, Mr. Houston Stevens, correct. And has the university worked with the county and the association in the past?
Yes. I don't know that the committee is aware. It didn't occur to me this evening, but we have a signed agreement with the county to use the park, in particular the softball field, and we maintain, help them rake it, the artificial turf and so forth. And there are times that we've gone on, we go on the property regularly with their permission to clear away brush and so forth. And, that whole, but every time we're working with the county, the Parks Commissioner would bring in the neighborhood association. And in fact, that's where I met Mr. Stevens back in, I guess, early 90s. And there was a discussion about, as he's indicated, the plantings. And by the way, the plantings, those Leland are on the county property. And we go on the county property, again with their permission, to put them there to soften the look. So they've always brought him forward, and him and his group. He does a remarkable job, just since he's not here. I already talked. He does a remarkable job. He runs Little League and recreation activities and so forth on a shoestring. Our coaches assist them, and like he said, whenever they need to use the park, our parking lot in the past, again, that was around our events and our class schedule. And the county also uses the fields and for intramural for men and has tournaments for adults. So we've had a great relationship with the county, and specifically through the neighborhood association represented by himself.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Adler.
Does that contract provide for anyone to use the parking structure, the parking garage?
It indicates our willingness to share within the limitations of the time of day and so forth. So it's in the language of the agreement, but it doesn't say you get X hours. But it's not been a problem because they, as he's indicated, whether it was the county parks commissioner and it was a county event, or whether it was a Mount Vernon event, they understand our needs and we understand theirs, and their traffic comes through our front gate, and we open up this mutual gate that has Ivy Hill Park, Mr. Joe DiVincenzo name on it. And it's a very nice entrance, I should add. So no, the agreement doesn't say you get to use it X. It says we'll work together.
Is that gate that you're talking about for cars to pass through?
No. It's just it's large enough for emergency vehicles. I imagine vehicles could pass through it.
It's not used for that?
No. And those plantings, like I said, that we planted, those Leland, are on the county property.
You mean the ones that are there now?
Correct. So, no doubt that'll be a conversation that will happen going forward.
Do you have a contract with the county with respect to?
The agreement is with the county.
It's with the county, and it says who can use the parking garage, subject to?
Whoever the county approves to use the field, we're notified of that, and by now we know who to expect there, whether it's the Little League tournament or the men's softball. So, and it's just been a relationship that has gone on without incident or problem.
Thank you.
Okay, are there any members of the public that are here at this point? Oh, okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. I'd like to call Peter Steck, please.
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you give here this evening is the whole truth?
I do.
Please state your name and address.
Peter Steck, S-T-E-C-K, 80 Maplewood Avenue, Maplewood, New Jersey.
And Mr. Steck, can you please explain to the board your educational background and experience?
Yes, by way of education, I have a bachelor's degree in civil engineering and a master's in city and regional planning from Rutgers. I'm a licensed planner since 1976. In past, I've served as the planning director for the Township of Montclair for about 10 years. I've been a consulting planner, self-employed for the past 20 years. Also served as a planner with two consulting firms. And I've testified in approximately 170 municipalities in New Jersey, as well as in Superior Court as a planner. And I've been before both of the boards in South Orange in the past and been accepted as a planner on those occasions.
I'd like to offer Mr. Steck as an expert in planning.
Any questions? The board recognizes you as an expert in planning.
Thank you. And Mr. Steck, could you explain to the board your investigation with respect to this application?
Yes, just by way of introduction, as part of my research, I read a transcript of the last meeting, reviewed the exhibits. I toured the property on several occasions. I've been at preparatory meetings where I've listened to the other experts. And I do have a handout which might be helpful in my presentation that you may want to mark.
Which one would this be?
15.
A15?
A15?
Perhaps I'll just identify it and then I'll refer to it in the body of my testimony. We're making this
A15, I believe.
Thank you. This document was prepared by me and it has 5 pages. In the upper right-hand corner is P1 through P5, and I'll just describe in general what it is. First page has a portion of your zoning map where I've highlighted the location of the proposed parking deck addition. Below that, I have a photo from Google Maps where I've highlighted the proposed location of the deck and showed in red the variance dimensions that are associated with the proposal. On the next page, I have a series of photographs taken by me. They were taken on July 26th of this year. The first one is from the top of the existing deck looking over the proposed location. Below that are photographs 4 and 5. 4 is from the closest house to the proposed deck, and over on the right-hand corner of the photograph, it's basically all trees, but that's in the direction of the proposed parking deck. Photograph number 5 is the second closest house looking toward the proposed deck location. The next page continues with photographs, again taken by me on July 26th. The first one on the top is a view from Wilden Place, looking northeast, so that's across the county's, they're largely a skateboard area that happens to look like tennis courts, but there aren't really nets there, but it's like, the most users, at least that I've seen, have been skateboard people. Photograph 7 is a view from the, just at the end of the infield area looking toward the deck, and that's actually 2 photographs pasted together near where the light stanchion is, and that's, I think that coincides fairly closely with a prior exhibit that the landscape architect introduced. The bottom one is another shot along the fence line showing the existing vegetation. At the next page, P4, and I'll talk about that in a minute, the upper part is a portion of your 1979 master plan. Below that is a reproduction of the campus plan that was approved by the planning board, where I've highlighted the 2 deck locations, A and B. Finally, the last page has a aerial photograph of the campus, where I've outlined the campus in yellow, and I have a red line in that demonstrating anywhere where it's permissible to have a 75-foot tall parking deck. So anywhere within that red line, the applicant by right could construct a 75-foot tall parking deck. And then finally, below that is a view of the proposed parking deck as seen from the soccer field. So circling back to the beginning, I know that you've heard some of this before, but I just want to lay a foundation for my conclusions. As campuses go, this is a fairly small campus. It's 51 acres approximately, and because of the zone limits, there's a public policy about expanding the campus. So the university has to survive within the limits of the boundary, and that happens to coincide with both the master plan recommendation and the legislation. It is really a fully developed campus, as you know, so there's some additions that are being made that are infill, but there's not a lot of vacant land, as is the characteristic of other campuses. The area that this structure is proposed is occupied now by 6 tennis courts that have tall fences around it, and typically you have like a 10-foot fence around a tennis court. This is, despite its size, a fairly active campus. We have a population consisting of students, administration, and faculty of 8,352 people. It is a system of parking permits, as you've been made aware of. I think there are 5,768 parking permits issued, and that includes both students, commuters, employees, adjunct professors, priests, vendors, and it does not include, as you heard earlier, construction people. That's not part of that class. Right now on the campus there are 2,544 parking spaces, parking permits issued for 5,768 parking permits. The existing deck has a ramping system within it, 1,250 parking spaces, and as indicated, there are times when the parking structure is filled and or nearly filled, difficult to find a space, and that causes certain problems. There is sometimes someone going into the parking structure can't find a space, so they have to go back out onto the street system, so there are obviously extra trips that occur. Students, once they find a space, are reluctant to give up their car. So if someone says, let's go downtown for lunch, the answer is no one drives, because the answer is they don't want to lose their parking space, because if they leave, they might not find a space coming back. There is also, as you know, parking on-street is discouraged. There are limitations of on-street parking, and there have been obviously complaints in the past. And part of, as testified earlier this evening, there has been a number of efforts, as you heard, to make parking as efficient as possible, and that's simply wise. When you're building a parking structure that costs $20,000 a space at least, you don't want to build more parking spaces than you need, because this is not a profit center. No one ever pays fees maybe in Manhattan you do, but no one pays fees that actually pay for the parking structure. The answer is it's for the accommodation of what else is happening on the property. But as you heard, we have a shuttle system that is ready to be increased upon student demand. We have subsidies for mass transit for students, prohibition of cars for freshmen and sophomores. Parking is not free, so there's a pressure to not have a car or to share cars. And parking fee is highest for, let's say, the seniors, students on campus. So there's a graduated fee system that, again, meant to discourage people that don't need to ride if they can help it. One of the issues that already brought up, and there's going to be a witness after me, which is Betsy Dolan, but she's going to talk about industry standard, and that's essentially is what's the parking need. Now, one thing I want to say, she will tell you that in her judgment, the 85th percentile of demand is a proper way to look at the demand from a campus, and that produced a calculated need of 3,174 spaces, which means there's a deficiency now of 630 spaces based on industry standards. I can tell you that if you look at zoning ordinances, it is difficult to address the parking demands of a campus because campuses have all different characters. You can call everything a university. Some are in the center of a city, some are in a rural area, some have a different mix of dorms versus commuter students. It is difficult to place a number on it, and that changes over time. The application is to construct a 594 space parking deck with a height of 51.06 feet. It is attached to the existing deck that has a height of 63.5 feet. That's a net gain of 556 spaces. And one thing about, and the other part of the relief that's needed, so we're talking about setbacks. Your ordinance says be 30 feet from side or rear or even front property lines. So it doesn't matter how you define the property lines. Any building, including a parking garage, is supposed to be 30 feet away. This is 5 feet at its closest point. As you know, there's also a fence being proposed that's 9.5 feet tall. That's a straight fence rather than having an arching top. So that's another variance that's related to this. And there is a modification to the site plan of the parking circulation around the athletic structure, as already discussed, for two-way traffic. Part of my analysis was to look at the surrounding area, and that's fairly well depicted on any of the aerial photographs, particularly on page 5 of my exhibit A15. This is a dense area. There's a little bit of commercial on South Orange Avenue, but basically this is surrounded by either single-family homes that typically back up to the campus. And the one exception to that is the Ivy Hill Park, which is a county facility. The street system around this is a local street system except for South Orange Avenue. So that on-street parking is valuable, obviously, for the people that live on that street because typically cars, a house handles maybe 2 or 3 cars, but for guest parking, you want to rely on some on-street parking. In addition to looking at the surrounding area, I examined your master plan documents. And one thing that's been consistent since 1979 is that there is a geographic area that's called the university zone. That has not changed. And both your master plan and your zoning ordinance coincide in that that's the boundary. The other consistent policy is we don't want you to expand the boundaries of your campus. We'd like you to live within those boundaries. So that is a limitation, especially where you have a campus that's already substantially built up. If you look at the later documents, meaning there's a smart growth There's a smart growth plan and the 2010 reexamination report. They don't change those policies. They all suggest that parking is a permissible accessory use, and it talks about accessory parking structures. So it was clearly anticipated that structured parking be a permissible use. And there was also an encouragement of an interrelationship between the university and particularly the business community in South Orange to try to economically feed off of one another. In terms of the zoning ordinance, this is in the university zone. Everything we're talking about tonight is a permitted use, either a principal use or an accessory use. Your ordinance has a standard for minimum number of parking spaces. There is no policy that says you can't have more than the minimum. And I know that you might say, in general, good planning is to hone your parking so it's exactly what you need. That's not a policy in your zoning ordinance, nor is it a policy in your master plan. Your policy is that there should be a minimum number of spaces. And as I said, it is very, very difficult to draw an ordinance for a use like this because universities have such, number one, different characteristics, and they change over time as people's educational demands change over time. The central issue in my mind is the placement of the parking structure. Yes, this is taller than permitted, but were we 60 feet back, were we within that red line at the end of this exhibit, we would by right be before the planning board, could build a 75-foot tall parking structure, and there's no requirement that it be buffered up to the 3rd floor or how many floors it is. That is by right. So the difference that we're talking about is not traffic in the sense that there's no driveway from this parking structure going to the park or the local street system. This uses the existing circulation system. The real difference on this application is the visual difference of putting a structure, and actually if ours was, whatever, 53 feet tall, we could be 41 feet from the property line. The difference in this structure, in my opinion, in terms of judging whether or not this variance is justified, is the visual impact between, let me make it this way, a structure 75 feet tall that is 60 feet back from the property line versus one that is the 51 feet and ranging from 5 to 20 feet from the property line. In no case are you ever going to screen that structure. And again, there isn't necessarily screening required if you were back and it was in a permitted area. So the focus of this is on, in my opinion, the placement of this structure. Your ordinance has something unusual in that in the site plan section it says, and this is really a recognition of the nature of a campus being an organic thing that changes over time, is that you require the university to submit a master plan that's approved by the planning board. Well, that was done, and it was approved by the planning board, and that's part of your site plan ordinance. In fact, one could argue that if we picked a different location, we would have to ask for a waiver or an exception from the site plan ordinance because it would be different from this master plan. Now, on my exhibit on page P4, the 4th page of A15, I highlighted the 2 potential locations that are already on the master plan for the campus that was approved by the planning board. So one could argue that if we were in a different location, we would have to ask for some kind of relief because it's against what the site plan ordinance wanted. And again, that's a very unusual part of your plan, but not necessarily of other municipalities. Madison Borough in Morris County for Drew University requires the same thing, a plan. I don't know if they even have a parking requirement in their ordinance, but they do require the submission of a plan. So there is a recognition that an institution, in a sense, defines its own needs, puts them before the planning board to have them endorsed. So let me now talk about my conclusions. We need a D6 height variance, but we would not need a height variance if we were 75 feet, excuse me, if we were 43 feet from the property line. We could have a 51-foot structure. Now, we're using the taller number because, as you know, the existing structure is 63 feet. And let me go back to my original exhibit so I don't misstate it. The existing structure is 63.5 feet. The proposed one is 51.06 feet. If we push it back, we don't need any buffering, any relief. That's an as-of-right structure. So the concentration is what's the visual difference about bringing it closer to the property line. Normally, a height variance like this would be come under the Grasso case. That was like a D6 case. That happened to be for a single-family house. It wasn't for an inherently beneficial use. This has a different flavor to the application because it's a university. It is an inherently beneficial use. There's a recognition that education is good and that to promote education and the purposes of the institution is a public purpose and constitutes a special reason in terms of either a use variance or a C2 weighing the benefits that substantially outweigh the detriments. So we have a height issue that really you could look at more as a setback issue. We do have the setbacks. Again, we're supposed to be a minimum of 30 feet away, and at our narrowest point, it's 5. We do have an issue of the fence height, which is a variance. We're supposed to have a curved top, and we're going to have a straight top, which looks more like a tennis court fence. And again, there's a waiver and exception because if you remember, our parking angles in the deck are going to reproduce the pattern that's already in the deck. We're doing 70-degree spaces rather than 75. Frankly, that's almost a matter of interpolation because your ordinance has defined measurements, but there really is a relationship of aisle width to angle. And this 70-degree space pattern is in the existing deck. As many of you have maybe used it, it's certainly an adequate parking array. But the reason it's 70 is because we want the minimum width that we can tolerate. Because it's such an expensive structure to build, the most efficient design is a double-loaded aisle. And in this case, you get to circulate around in a U shape within the deck. Were you to shrink it 30 feet and lose a whole aisle, obviously your costs start soaring because you don't have as many spaces per square foot of the deck. So this is a very efficient design, this loop road where everything is a double-loaded alley. So our 51.06 structure, which is the new deck, if that was 44.0 feet from the property line, it would be perfectly permitted. So we want to address it coming closer to that. I've already talked about some presumptions. Decks are expensive to build. They are difficult to modify because you got to drive all the people that are using it out if you're going to modify it. So once you build it, you better build it with some conservatism in mind because you're not going to come back for many years. And it's going to last 50 years. Think how many times the university is going to change its course curriculum. Right now it's every semester. The answer is it is impossible to predict what the parking demand is on days of the week 5 years from now. This deck is going to last 50 years from now. So you want to build in flexibility. The reason the deck is in this location is, in my opinion, it is the most logical, most efficient location for a number of reasons. It is the furthest away from single-family homes, which are the most sensitive land use in the area. It happens to be by a park, Ivy Hill Park, which is, while it's also somewhat of a sensitive land use, has heavy growth of trees. That's landscaping that you can't buy. It's already there. I want to make a footnote correction. On my first page of my diagram, A15, I listed A and B on the bottom photograph, the distance to the two closest houses. I scaled that generally from an aerial photograph, but I asked Langen Engineering to scale it from a CAD aerial photo. And so while my testimony was based on that, the 185 feet that is to the closest building, that's really 201 feet from the proposed parking deck to that building. The next closest building, which is at Eder Terrace and Wilden Place, instead of 230, is 241 feet away. So those are the closest single-family uses to this structure. There is no other location on this campus that is that far away from single-family homes. It is also adjacent to an existing parking structure, so number one, we get to rely on the circulation system, and we get to rely on the ramps that are in that parking structure, because that is oftentimes a waste of space and an added expense to have ramps in a system like this. So it is clear that this meets a typical need of a university, and again, Betsy Dolan will talk about what the industry standards are. In my opinion, it is in a superior location. We could put it out by South Orange Avenue. It would be highly visible. Parking decks tend not to be some of the more beautiful structures. They tend to occasionally have lights inside. In one sense here, it is good that part of the structure is shielded because you won't see those lights inside. That's an advantage in my opinion. It is near land uses that can accommodate this. We're near a ball field that's facing in the opposite direction. There's supplemental landscaping has gone over to a substantial degree. The fence is obviously needed for some kind of security reasons. Again, instead of an 8.5-foot fence with a curve, which presumably was designed to accommodate an existing fencing system that's on the university property, we're going to go up 9.5 feet, which in my opinion is much more aesthetic and accomplishes the same purpose. That's also a variance. And there is a waiver, as indicated earlier, because of the 70-degree parking spaces. So approving this that meets the needs of the university now and potentially 50 years in the future, in my opinion, is a clear public benefit because it promotes this inherently beneficial use. It also is a highly logical location and is the location, in my opinion, that has an insubstantial effect on the surrounding area. I cannot think of a better location, in my opinion, looking around that campus, and given the fact that you could build a 75-foot tall structure within any of that red line on the last exhibit, this is clearly the best location, in my opinion. The negative criteria. The public policy is to have a minimum number of parking spaces. There are some municipalities like Jersey City that says we want to have a maximum because we don't want commuters to come in. That's not the policy here. It's not the policy in the master plan, and it's not the legislation. And I appreciate the board trying to hone this so that there's just enough parking. But the problem we have is that if we misallocate it, it is very difficult to add this in the future. It is extremely difficult to do that. And the answer is curriculums change over time, people's needs over time, and it seems to me illogical to have the curriculum of an institution somehow wedded to a parking supply that at one moment in time was determined to be just barely adequate. This preserves the existing parking location, so this feeds to signalized intersections that have already been approved. Again, the visual effect is not that you won't see a parking garage in this location. You will see a different image 44.04 feet back rather than 5 feet back on one side and 18.2 on the other side. The deck is consistent with location A on the master plan, and we're obligated to look at that because the planning board approved it and that's referenced in your site plan ordinance. The deck capacity is according to industry standards. That's the need, and you will hear another witness after me that will verify that. The consequences of insufficient parking are significant. When you design a shopping center, you pick the 85th percentile. What does that mean? 15% of the time, there's not going to be enough parking. Well, when you go to a shopping center, you can say, well, I'm not going to go, I'll wait till late in the evening, I'll pick the time I want to go shopping. Also, you can say, I don't have to be there at any one time. You can wander around in the deck looking to have a parking space for that 15% of the time. The consequences of not having enough parking, that 15% that you're going to accept, hopefully, are significant because it means people are going to park on the street. And one thing your master plan doesn't want is parking out in the street. They didn't want an adverse impact on the neighborhood. So that here the consequences of not meeting a reasonable capacity are more significant than, in my opinion, in a shopping center. This is in a location that is the one, in my opinion, superior location. It has existing substantial trees around it. It is buffered from single-family homes. It doesn't produce any traffic onto those adjacent areas. Those filter through the existing roadway system. The deck is lower than the existing deck, so there's a step-down feature which actually is referred to in one of your master plans. If we do it right the first time with overage, that means that we don't have to come back and adjust this parking structure over time. It's not only impractical, but the answer is it is a waste of resources to have to do this. There's nothing wrong from a public policy point of view or a campus planning point of view to have a comfort zone, an overage, because who knows what the educational system will look like 5 years from now, 10 years from now. This deck is going to last 50 years from now. Finally, on small points, in my opinion, there is a hardship argument in the sense that the campus is already built up. Were this a vacant piece of land, we could clearly put this deck anywhere. It's not. It's already built up, so we have limited spaces. But in my opinion, the aesthetic benefits and the benefits of an efficient structure that feeds off the existing parking structure clearly are significant public benefits, along with just enhancing this inherently beneficial use. In my opinion, can be granted without substantial detriment to the public good and without substantial impairment of the zone plan and zoning ordinance. Finally, I just want to make one comment. The fence I would look at as being a C2 variance where the benefits substantially outweigh the detriments. That's an aesthetic issue. And again, there are tennis courts there now. You're supposed to have 10-foot fences around a tennis court, so it's not unusual to have that kind of a fence height as exists today. And finally, there is an exception, a waiver asked for the 70-degree parking spaces. That's almost a matter of interpolation of a table that has discrete points. This is a functionally accepted design. It's not theoretical. It's already there in the deck. And those of you who have used the deck, I think, would agree that it is an efficient parking structure. And it allows the width that we have, that double-loaded loop aisle, which is the most efficient design. Thank you.
I think Mr. Steck has testified to most of this, but just to summarize, in your professional opinion, have all of the proofs been met for the variances and the waiver requested by the applicant?
Yes, whether you look at it as a dimensional variance or a D6 height variance, this is an inherently beneficial use, and promoting the purposes of the institution automatically constitutes the positive criteria. The negative criteria, in my mind, is largely aesthetic. The shadow pattern is going to be mostly to the north. It's not going to be into the ball field. This is a structure that is in the best location because of the existing vegetation, the existing parkland, and it is within an area that the master plan says is appropriate for both principal uses and for accessory uses. And I repeat that that both under a D6 variance or under the C2 for the setback, in my opinion, this application can be approved without substantial detriment to the public good and without substantial impairment to the zone plan and zoning ordinance.
Thank you. And just finally, did you have the opportunity to meet with university personnel to understand the university policies from a planning perspective?
I did. They were outlined earlier, and again, it's economically reasonable of the municipality not to produce, this is, whatever, a $20+ million parking garage. It's economically sound not to produce excess parking that will not be needed. But as testified earlier, there are a host of mechanisms that are utilized to discourage parking. There's a fee for it, there's a graduated fee, there are alternatives being provided. Those alternatives, like the shuttle bus, are demand sensitive. If in the future the demand increases, the number of shuttle buses increases. So there are a number of programs that try to minimize the demand, but in my opinion, to have one structure like this constructed, it means a great benefit to the university, to the operation of the university, to the flexibility of having curriculums, and I think to the protection of the surrounding neighborhood.
Thank you. No further questions at this time.
Do we have any questions for Mr. Steck?
I do. I think you're right to say this is a siting question, right? I mean, you're right. It could be if it was put, behind that line, you're not here. And I think, but I think, you made the point that if it was 50-some feet back or whatever that number would be, I don't remember what the exact number was, then there would be no even requirement for buffering. But at the same time, the reason for a setback on a large structure is for buffering. It's first of all because the setback itself is buffering, right? The distance helps minimize the impact of a large structure. And secondly, because the anticipation is you will do something in there. If you're transitioning from lower structures to higher, you'll do some buffering in there.
Well, except that it's not in the ordinance.
I understand that, but I understand that, and so I'm making the point that the space alone is buffering in effect, and that there is a presumption that maybe more would be done. That you wouldn't leave it empty. It wouldn't just be wood chips. It could be a lawn, I guess. But I would also say that to some extent, you're right to say that there's existing large trees in the park that help. But in a sense, what you're doing is you're pushing the buffering space, those 30 or 40 feet, into the park. Because if the park ever decided, if the county decided they wanted to really make use of more of the space in the park and take down some of those trees, which wouldn't be crazy. It's a county park, and maybe they find a more intense use to make of it, more fields. They would take away the buffering, right? I mean, in a sense, what you're doing is you're relying on a sort of taking of that space out of the park to operate as that buffer that doesn't exist on campus, and you're pushing that requirement out into a public park.
You're right, except that I can tell you that I would not expect single-family houses to be built in the park.
No, that's true. That's true. That's right.
Those are, in my opinion, the most sensitive land uses. The other issue is that this is not an unfriendly relationship between the county and Seton Hall. As already indicated earlier, there's a happy marriage here, and that the cooperation is beneficial to both.
Well, that's right, and actually that leads me to my first point is just to make that observation that there's a symbiotic relationship here, and what isn't buffered on campus is being buffered off campus a little bit now. And
yes.
And so there's a bit of give and take there. My second question is, as a planner, I asked this last time and I'll ask it again, which is there are a number of variables here that come into play in terms of making all these judgments about where to site the building, and frankly the line of questions we had last time and that I still have, which is how large a deck is needed, that are bigger than just the question of the deck itself, and I'll just pose a couple and I'd like your response. One is that this question of off-campus parking, it wouldn't in the scheme of planning, site planning, given that it's a constrained site, given that it's a fully developed site, incorporating off-campus parking, potentially maybe not for students, maybe it's for staff, as a sort of a rigorous part of the plan to take pressure off the campus itself, could be part of the thinking, right?
Well, I'll give you, it's a very inefficient way to do it. You know, if you look at a huge campus like Rutgers University, and you have to take a shuttle bus away, that is a huge waste of time for students. You know, you waste as much time on the bus as you do in class. So it's a very inefficient way of doing it. But from 1979 on, it seems to me the policy is to confine the university to the outlines of this area. And one could argue that if I had to share parking, let's say, with a non-governmental entity that had excess parking, I might need a variance for that. But that's not anticipated because it's not part of an accessory use. It's another principal use. So it is a very inefficient way of doing it. I mean, one thing great about a campus, it is the most intensive, except for maybe the inside of a shopping center, is the most intensive pedestrian environment. And that's why the interior of this is a real sacred area. That green in the middle, I mean, it's a real important focal point for the campus. And I just think that while it's physically possible, it is a clearly superior location to have a deck that a student can go in, park any time of the day. I want to go downtown for lunch, I'll find a parking space when I get that. It encourages that interaction with the municipality, and again, it allows the university to have a special function, invite the community to. There's a benefit to that overage, and again, having an undercount, in my opinion, is much more severe of its impact than, for example, in a shopping center.
Let me ask a second question of that, of the broader set of questions. And you know, we've heard testimony that the university maintains and uses a softball field in the park. Right? A chunk of space on the campus is used for playing fields, and we've heard that that space is constrained. The soccer field is not as large as it really needs to be. The baseball field is not as large. Is that another way to think about a relationship with the park, to use the park maybe for the soccer field or something like that, and then claim that space back on campus?
Well, it's very, you know, valuable space, and you know, part of it is, again, the campus is kind of frozen in this position because it has a non-conforming dimension that if it tinkers with, we might say, you know, you're out of the box now. You have to make it. It's like tinkering with a traffic light. You either do it right or don't touch it at all, because if you do it halfway, you're going to get sued. In this case, you might lose your status. Part of the success of a university is marketing itself to students. And as you know, some students go to study, and some students go to study and do athletics. And it's all part of the package. You know, why do you pick Seton Hall University? It's because of some of the facilities that are there. I mean, think of the universities that have invested in their athletic facilities. It's pretty phenomenal. But it's part of marketing yourself to the surrounding area. And it seems to me there's a good marriage here. And that testimony was already on the record of being able to share these facilities. They're right next to one another. Wherever you have vacant space, it is nice to share it. And I think that is a significant part of Seton Hall's both parking demand to be able to do that, but also it's wise to use these resources. So it's not that the municipality, the university is producing excess parking and doesn't want anybody to use it. The answer is there's a benefit to doing that. And it's that shared benefit. And again, the other point is that when you build something like this, again, course curricula change every semester. I would hate to I suppose scientifically you could do this down to, you know, the plus or minus 5%, but that might not get you past 5 years. And what a terrible disaster to have to change curriculum, education just because of parking demand. That seems to be the tail wagging the dog. We would rather have the freedom to schedule classes, to have the right breaks, the right number of times of years, to have, you know, your labs traditionally on Friday, where cars will park for a longer period of time. There's a lot of subtlety to this that is not easily predictable. And that's why I think the consequences of not having enough parking are more severe than with a commercial development.
Thank you.
Other questions? You have a question, Mr. Adler?
Mr. Steck, you mentioned that if this building were 41 roughly feet further back, it could be 75 feet tall.
No, it'd have to be 60 feet back to be 75 feet.
Okay, okay. And you made that point, and I'm wondering what difference that makes. I mean, if I hold a 7-foot wall in front of your eyes, it doesn't matter what the buildings are down there, you're not going to be able to see. So I mean, if you have a building 5 feet off the property line that's 51 feet, isn't that worse visually for somebody standing near it than a 75-foot tall building 60 feet back?
You're right. So if I had a backyard that I was, I had a
Well, but yeah, I
30-foot
understand.
backyard, I'm confined to that close space, but the two houses that are closest to this are shielded by many feet, over 200 feet in each location, and by trees. So there's both distance and existing landscaping. The users of the park are not going to be standing right by there. They're going to have a big panorama as they do today, whether they're, in the treed area or on the ball fields.
So that would, excuse me, that would go if this building were 100 feet tall. I mean, that's basically what you're
The point that I'm
saying.
saying is that if I built a conforming structure, 75 foot tall, 60 feet from the property line, I'm going to see it. I'm not going to be able to shield it with landscaping. It's going to be there. So that's the starting point for the baseline of the visual impact.
Is that impact greater or less than a 51-foot building 5 feet from the property line?
In my opinion, it is less given the trees that are in the park, Ivy Hill Park, and the less sensitive use than single-family houses of the park. I think it is a superior location. Any other location on this property at that red line,
Well, yeah.
It's going to be closer to single-family houses.
Okay, but we're not talking about the location. The location is in the plan, and it's one of the two, as you said, that was approved by the planning board. So, I mean, it's in the plan. We're not talking about the location. I don't want to confuse the location from how close this building is to the property line and how tall it is. They're two different things.
First of all, we are almost in exactly the location that was on the master plan approved by the municipality.
In what way is it different?
It's the master plan diagram did not have it down to the exact foot. But I would say we're within, 10, 20 feet. If you look at the rendition I did of the parking deck, it is in virtually the same location as proposed, clearly closer than 30 feet to the property line, as shown in the plan. So this location has been thought about. It has been reviewed by the planning board. The planning board passed a resolution and approved it. If I picked a different location, potentially I would have to address that.
I understand. You testified to that. But I mean, the plan doesn't talk about its height, does it?
No, it doesn't.
So that's one of the variables.
So you're right. If you think, for example, I've oversold this in a sense, or overestimated by 120 parking spaces, I eliminate one level of the deck. That, in my opinion, is still going to be a big structure. And again, my problem is, what is the incremental difference visually, and what are the consequences of not having enough parking? That means in the future I got to build another parking deck in another location. Where is that? Is that towards South Orange Avenue? I don't think there's a better location in this whole campus to put a deck. So I'd rather put kind of my money all in this location, because in my opinion it is the location with the least negative impact, with no substantial negative impact.
Again, I didn't want to confuse the location from the height and the setback. So let's leave that. I got that. You mentioned several times the shuttle, and I had you were here when I asked Mr. Garbini about that, and I still don't understand. And maybe you could explain it, because you did mention the shuttle several times. How could a university with this many students have two shuttles that make the loops that they do far away to take students a lot of places What's wrong that there are only 2 shuttles, that there's no demand for that?
Well, the answer is when
Too much parking?
As the, I think it is just society. If people don't like to ride in shuttles, they'd rather have their own cars. They'd like to walk to different locations. When I went to Rutgers, before I had a car, I wasted half my life on shuttles. What a waste of time. What the university said, which in my opinion is significant, is that as the demand increases, it is willing to meet that demand. Now, you could argue that, there ought to be 8 shuttles now, engines running, ready to take anybody anywhere, but that's simply not the demand.
I understand that, and I understand the university is willing to do that. What I'm saying is, how do you create the demand if you, for example, have excess parking spaces?
Well, you monitor it, and if a shuttle bus is filled, then you start saying, let's pay attention to that bus in that time. Maybe we need 2 buses at that time, maybe we need frequent. And that's like any mass transit system. You monitor the demand and you add more buses to the routes that show more demand. You don't do it ahead of time. I think every mass transit system works that way.
Can I ask a question? Do you mind? I have 2 questions, actually. One, I'm thinking that potentially there might be some on-campus solutions to some of the needs that might be satisfied at like Target or for food shopping and things like that. So I'm wondering if you could talk to us about that, because I think that gets rid of the need to move around. And then, I should probably know this, but is there a public bus line that goes straight past the university and into town where there's also food shopping? I'm thinking those might be 2 reasons why. Am I right?
There's a bus line, I believe, on South Orange Avenue, but I don't know what the scheduling is of it. And I don't know the exact route of the bus system. But again, anybody that runs a system like this, and especially apparently that there's a way to tap into it from your computer. The answer is there's a way to monitor where the demand is, and it's, again, my experience is no one runs 20 buses down a road and wait for growth to occur.
No, but is there a bus line that the students can get on near the school that could drop them off, say, near the food store down the hill?
If I might interrupt, Mr. Signorello can testify if you'd like, but he's advising me that yes, there is a bus line that stops right in front of campus.
Okay, and then is there also resources on campus that is similar to where the shuttle takes students? Like, is there food on campus and things like this?
I'm going to answer from a legislative point of view. Your ordinance doesn't permit it. They have to get a variance to do things like that. So you might invite your governing body to amend your ordinance to allow some small convenience commercial on campus, but right now I believe it requires a variance.
But there's a dining hall? Is there a dining hall?
That's obviously an accessory use, but a bank, retail uses require a variance, so that's not the public policy.
Okay, no, I don't know. I'm just trying to figure out what other ways are they getting the things that the shuttle bus gets them to. But is there dining?
There's a separate application before the planning board for a university center that has a dining hall, and that's where the dining facilities are located. There's an existing
dining hall.
Yes, there's an existing dining hall in the existing university center, but it's going to be modified, and that's before the planning board.
What I'm getting at is, doesn't it make logical sense that if there were no parking spaces, the shuttles would be used more? And if that's true, if there are fewer parking spaces, wouldn't the shuttle be used more?
Well, theoretically you're right, but the answer is if I said to everybody, no one can have a car and commute, you all have to take mass transit here, the answer is you would probably close down the university because you couldn't attract the students that would want to tolerate that. So part of this is marketing. As you know, there's a large commuter population. They are using incentives to discourage car use, to encourage mass transit with discounts and the like. So they're doing, I think, reasonable, but the answer is there is also a marketing element to this. You want a student to have a reasonable experience. You want them to choose this university, and part of that is the services that are provided.
Okay, I think Mr. Garbini testified well to that. Last section. That is, you've spoken to you said there's a parking expert that's coming after you?
Yes, Betsy Dolan.
Okay, you've spoken to her about this?
Yes, and she produced a report. I don't know if you've seen it yet.
Okay, yes, I have. And you used the figure, the 85th percentile? Right. So, in your testimony today, are you talking about what the university needs today or what the university might need in the future?
I believe it's today. That
Well, because you haven't said that. You've said in a number of times that once you build it, you better build it with conservatism. You want to build in flexibility because the curriculum may change. You don't know what you'll need in the future. And so I'm really not clear. Are you building, is your testimony that you need to build something now for the future because things may change, or you need it today?
We need it. The industry standards suggest, and you can ask Betsy Dolan because she calculated the numbers. The industry standards say that in general, using all universities, we're like 600 and some odd spaces short using the 85th percentile. I'm saying that the board seems to be very interested in making sure we don't have any more spaces than we need. And again, one of the theories is simply that this is not a precise science. You know, you can look, shopping centers are a better science. This is not a precise science because universities have such different characters. And while we are adopting an industry standard, frankly, there's a chance we might be wrong. We might need more parking in the future, but we're making our best judgment that this parking structure will accommodate our needs today and be adequate most of the time. We are not overbuilding it because we recognize that there is an impact. We are closer to the property line than would normally be allowed. We're not going up 75 feet. I suppose we can put another level on it, but we're not doing this. We're stepping down from the existing parking deck. So we're trying to reach that kind of balance. We recognize we need a variance. We don't want to produce so much parking that we go up to 75 feet, but we're making a reasoned judgment.
So this won't cover the university for the future? It's not in the
This
plan.
is expected because the student enrollment is not anticipated to increase substantially, number one, and because over time, in my opinion, people will be more comfortable with mass transit. As everybody starts building next to train stations, there's a younger population that's not as wedded to the automobile as maybe I am. I have a feeling that the ratios may change over time, but this is a sound judgment in my opinion.
Thank you.
I just want to be clear that at least my questioning is not trying to fine tune and come down to some absolute number. I think the job of this board is to take the zoning law that's been passed and find the best way to respect that as the law, and only make exceptions where there is a strong, compelling case, for why the exception was needed. And that's why you're hearing all of these questions about the quantity, because we're trying to get a clear understanding of what those extra 140 spaces or something, what that swing is that justifies coming from a 30-foot setback to a 5-foot setback.
The way I look at this is if we had like a daycare center, and we told you that, the stacking was 7 cars.
Right, you could calculate it.
The answer is you would probably be more comfortable if I could have room for stacking of 10 cars rather than 7. That's not an issue, although it does have a negative impact. It's not an exact science, and this is a $20 million project. So you can bet that just from a selfish point of view, the university is not going to build something that they don't think they'll use. But it's that balance. You don't want to overbuild. You want to get it right. But there's a recognition that things will change over time. And I find that there are many more people that are more comfortable with mass transit, a younger generation. There are people now that their goal in life isn't to own a car and a house. There's a different lifestyle, which I think will balance the issue of changes in the future.
I think some of these questions you're asking also might be more pertinent for Ms. Dolan, who's in the batter's box, or on deck rather, using the baseball analogy that I'm mismangling. And then even, we may have even asked some of these questions previously. Sir, what's your name? I forgot you. You were the
Mr. Helmer.
Parking garage designer. Now, I don't know if you wanted to ask him some of these questions. No?
No, let's hear, I'm interested in the next witness.
Okay, yeah, I think I think even Mr. Steck recognizes that it's kind of, I think it's about time to bring up the parking engineer.
I feel that in my heart.
Do the experts have any question for Mr. Steck?
No, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, any members of the public here? I don't think anybody showed up. Okay, so I'm assuming no members of the board have any more questions for Mr. Steck? None? Okay, thank you.
Please raise your right hand. You swear or affirm the testimony you give here this evening is the whole truth?
Yes, I do.
Please state your name and address.
Elizabeth Dolan, D-O-L-A-N, 792 Chimney Rock Road in Martinsville, New Jersey.
And Ms. Dolan, can you please give the board the benefit of your educational background and experience?
Yes, I have a Bachelor of Science degree in Civil Engineering from Rutgers University, and for the past 27 years I've focused in the areas of traffic and transportation engineering. I've had the opportunity to prepare traffic studies, parking studies, DOT applications for various land use applications before planning and zoning boards throughout New Jersey. I've also had the opportunity to review traffic, parking, and DOT aspects of applications on behalf of planning and zoning boards. I am a licensed professional engineer registered in New Jersey. I'm a member of the Institute of Transportation Engineers. I have testified in over 200 municipalities throughout New Jersey. I have never been in South Orange before. But in all other cases, I have been accepted and qualified as an expert in traffic engineering.
And have you evaluated parking studies before?
Yes, we've prepared parking studies for various learning institutions, medical offices, hospital campuses, as well as part of many land use applications for things that are customary, such as shopping centers, daycares, offices, medical offices, virtually any type of land use.
I'd like to offer Ms. Dolan as an expert traffic engineer, as well as specifically in the area of parking.
Have any questions? Okay, we recognize you as an expert as an engineer in traffic and parking.
Thank you. And Ms. Dolan, can you please describe to the board your investigation with respect to this application?
Certainly. The board, I believe, has been provided with a copy of our July 25, 2013 letter report, which summarizes much of the testimony that's been presented at tonight's hearing and other hearings in terms of the numbers. There's an awful lot of numbers in terms of the population on the campus, which is an important factor as we evaluate the parking, particularly as it relates to the standards I'll be talking about. But the population consists of faculty, staff, and students on the entire campus, and that number is 8,352 people. Other numbers that we've talked about and we'll go through a little bit tonight are the existing parking supply on site within the garage as well as the surface spaces, 2,544, and we're going to be increasing that up to 3,082. And that is mainly through the garage expansion, but there will be some modifications of the ground parking as well that lead to that net increase. Much of the data that I'm going to be talking about comes from the Institute of Transportation Engineers, or the ITE. That is an educational and technical association that is comprised of traffic engineers, traffic planners, with the goal of providing research data and ongoing education for the designers and those responsible for ground transportation and safety. one of the publications that's very popular is called Parking Generation. The ITE Parking Generation is a summary of parking studies conducted at various land use types, including colleges and universities. So when we look at the data that is published by the ITE in Parking Generation, we're provided with a range of data points based on actual data collected at similar land uses to the land use we're studying. So in this case, we referenced the ITE category titled Colleges and Universities and looked at the data that was collected. And it's been collected primarily over about the past 20 years, so it is current. And it is for colleges and universities in suburban settings with populations, again, the total of faculty, staff, and students in line with what we have at Seton Hall University. So before looking at the data points, I wanted to make sure that the ITE's category, their land use category, would be appropriate for evaluating the conditions at Seton Hall University. The ITE provides the results of parking demand, parking accumulation studies, so that as we plan for future development or redevelopment, we can have some guidance with respect to anticipated parking demands. So in the case of a college or university, the parking ratios that the ITE provides are based on the per population, which is a ratio applied to the total campus population, as I said, consisting of faculty, admin staff, as well as the students. For other land uses, you've probably heard ratios applied to a square footage basis, or for residential on a per unit or per bedroom mix. But in this case, we're looking at the per population ratios. And on page 2 of my July 25th letter, I summarize the various ratios that the ITE provides for colleges and universities. They have a minimum ratio of 0.22, which would be applied to the total population. They have an average of 0.33, an 85th percentile of 0.38, and a maximum of 0.55. I also list the ordinance requirement, which was 0.25. Again, those are the ratios applied to the total population, which, based on my understanding, is a current number, but it's anticipated, at least for the foreseeable future, to be maintained because Seton Hall is looking at maintaining a incoming freshman population of about 1,200 or 1,250 students. So that population, when applied to the different ratios that I just went through, will give you an estimate of possible parking demands for a college or university of this size with this population that we're talking about. And when you look at the summary at the bottom of page 2 of the letter, the ordinance would require 2,088, and I believe that's been discussed by prior witnesses. The ITE average, which is one of those numbers that traffic engineers often look to in terms of guidance for planning future parking demands, the ITE average would suggest 2,756, and the 85th percentile, which is another ratio that we often look to for parking demands, is 3,174. What I think it's important to point out is that we talk about the existing supply on site of 2,544 spaces. And we know that those spaces are all being used at some time, and you heard prior testimony about that. So we know that the existing demand exceeds the ordinance requirement. The existing demand is actually 0.3 per population. And what we're proposing at 3,082 for the total future parking supply is a ratio of 0.37. And we talked about the ITE 85th percentile being 0.38. So from my perspective, the number that's proposed is certainly in keeping with current parking demand ratios experienced at similar sized facilities based on research that's been collected primarily through the 1990s and through 2008. We know that the existing parking supply is not meeting the current needs. The earlier testimony tonight explained that there had been a modification to class schedules to better spread out the schedules throughout the days of the week, and that was begun in the fall semester of 2012. And the data that was collected by the university and presented at a prior hearing was based on activity in the spring semester of 2013. So the data collection that was over some 20-odd days in January, February, and March of 2013 was collected after the institution of the broader schedule that scheduled classes throughout the course of the week on a more even basis with more classes on Fridays. That data has shown that the existing parking on the campus is not meeting the current demands. Mr. Steck just went through a lot of the incentives that try to deter parking on campus, but still there is the demand, and for the foreseeable future, I would expect the demand to continue. More shuttle buses and other incentives have been, it sounds like, part of the program for quite some time based on consultation with university staff. And the willingness to continue to provide those incentives, provide the discounted fares, and also to provide the shuttle connection are all beneficial, but they're not solving the existing demand. And so while we don't have an exact target number, we know that the ordinance number is not meeting current demands. And we know that if we targeted an average ITE standard for colleges and universities, we wouldn't be providing any buffer. So in my opinion, the parking supply that's proposed is in keeping with expected demands and will certainly accommodate the deficiency that Seton Hall is experiencing today and allow for some buffer. And I think it's important to note that some of the things that were discussed tonight and in prior hearings were the coming to the school and looking for a place to park. And if the suggestion, for example, of having more off-site parking spaces were something we would want to look at, that wouldn't necessarily eliminate that hunting for a space, because someone's still going to want to get that space as close to their destination as possible. So I would think that they would still be coming to the site, circulating, looking for a space, only to then leave the campus to go to a remote lot. So that I don't necessarily think that that is a fix, whereas the provision of the continuation of the garage on the campus will certainly allow for continued use of the access and on-site circulation system that everyone's used to, but with the reduction of the hunting for a space. So the movements into and out of the campus should be reduced because of the elimination of hunting for a space. Any potential overflow into the residential streets and or illegal parking also would be eliminated. The overall supply, again, in keeping with the standards that we've looked at, to me, from my perspective, certainly is a comfortable supply, not only to address the existing deficiency, but to allow for a buffer, if you will, to provide more parking so that when you do have those busier times, such as in the middle of the day, when people are on campus throughout the course of the day, but also that transition time at the end of the day as daytime students are leaving and evening students are coming in. During that overflow, that's when parking also seems to be at a premium. So again, for those busier times, if you consider it a shift change, for example, at another type of land use, you want to be providing enough parking for the incoming and outgoing, recognizing that students do have different schedules. Not everyone is coming and going at the same time. And so for this type of land use, the 85th percentile is a better guideline than the average, and certainly recognizing the existing demand. And when you apply those different ratios, from my perspective, that 85th percentile is an appropriate target. It's not an exact science, but it's certainly a tool that helps us hone in on an appropriate parking supply for this particular location. I think I got it all. I tried to get it all.
What's the ratio for current supply?
The current supply is 0.3.
And proposed 0.37?
Correct.
This is the numbers.
Yeah. answer the question.
I just had a couple of questions, just to summarize. I believe Betsy said most of this, but the ITE studies, those are based on actual case studies for colleges and universities, is that right?
That is correct, where parking demands were counted and then ratios were developed to tie back to the actual populations at those various research locations.
Okay, and you indicated that the IT studies were performed over a number of years, is that right?
I believe they were from 1987 through 2008, and again, that would be for this specific ITE land use, which is called colleges and universities.
Okay, and you referred to the 85th percentile and the fact that, in your opinion, the additional parking proposed is in line with the 85th percentile. That 85th percentile is used as a planning tool for colleges and universities for parking supply?
It's used as a planning tool, yes, for all land uses, because the ITE does provide that data point for all of their various land uses. So it's certainly one of the many points that are given in addition to averages, maxes, and mins that helps us assess an appropriate parking demand for various land uses. But in the case of colleges and universities, it's certainly more appropriate to apply the 85th percentile. And in the very specific case of Seton Hall, we know that we're already at that average, and so the much better target for estimating future demand would be in keeping with the 85th percentile.
And in your professional opinion, is the parking deck expansion appropriately sized?
I think it's appropriately sized, and it also is appropriately configured from a circulation perspective without the introduction of any new intersections on site. So from both the parking supply as well as the location and the connection with the existing deck from a traffic circulation point as well as a parking supply perspective, I think that it is appropriately designed.
Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any questions? Mr. Shapiro.
Yes.
Okay. My question is, as I reviewed your letter and your testimony, I've seen nowhere any discussion at all of the factors which drive demand of either a commodity or a privilege. Parking can be considered either a commodity or a privilege. In almost all economic conditions, whether it's housing, food, travel, transportation, and the demand is heavily driven by the supply, and the supply drives the price. It seems to me that, I'm just curious, if the price of parking, which is heavily subsidized at $200, was dropped to $100 or made free, in your opinion, would that increase the demand?
If it were free, and more people might want to take advantage of it, but again, it would depend what other restrictions there are. For example, freshmen aren't permitted to have cars and so forth. I know there's many.
All other things being equal, as they are now, if the price for a parking permit was eliminated and parking was at no charge, would that change the demand?
It may. I mean, there are many factors that come into play, but certainly if a price per gallon is dropped, more people are buying gas. So,
supposing the price were doubled, would that affect the demand?
I don't know the economic makeup of the families of where these students are coming
Logically,
from.
would.
But people shy away from things that are more expensive unless they have the money to spend on it.
Exactly. But was there any consideration given to how the price of the parking permit drives the demand, and whether or not it would be more economical, perhaps, to not make such a huge capital investment by reducing the demand by increasing the cost?
If I might just interrupt for a minute, there was prior testimony that there is a range of prices for permits, parking permits on campus, and the most expensive being for resident students, and a discount for carpooling. So I just wanted to make that point.
I didn't hear everything you just said.
There was prior testimony concerning the fact that there is a range of parking permit fees, with the most expensive parking permit being for resident students and the least expensive for carpooling. So there's a discount for students that carpool. So there is a range of parking permit fees.
But that still doesn't address the fact that the demand is also a function of the cost.
Well, I think the demand may be a function of any number of things, and if you go again
Oh, yes.
to the ITE publication, there are many factors, and for this particular type of land use, the varying schedules comes into play, of course, as does the accessibility of mass transit, and the ITE doesn't distinguish the economic factors. They do advise that because there are so many factors that go into the parking demand, to use the data that's presented and the various data points with engineering judgment, along with locally collected data to help the planners and engineers come up with an appropriate estimate of parking demand.
Would you happen to know what other comparable universities charge for parking?
I've not studied that, I don't know.
Thank you.
Can I just follow that a little bit? You know, there's a pretty big range between 0.22 and 0.55. And I wonder, I mean, what drives that spread? Is it that the sample it includes a lot of different types of schools, you know, pure commuter schools versus highly residential schools, or what's driving that big spread?
I don't have, and the ITE doesn't provide the specifics of each of the individual study locations, but certainly those types of factors come into play. The population does range. We fall right in with the range of populations, but the population, the campus setting, what mass transit is available and what connections. For example, here we have Shoofly, but not every campus may necessarily have that type of thing. So there may be a whole host of things, as well as the class schedules, what time classes start, what time classes end, the population that resides on campus versus the percentage that commutes in. So all of those factors come into play in this particular land use. But I don't have the specifics on each site to give you any further breakdown.
I mean, that leads me back. I mean, I think the questions my colleague was asking are about demand. You know, so saying, you know, maybe one of the reasons some have a lower parking demand is they have higher fees and students find alternatives to avoid the fees. I also think that, you know, given the mass transit focus in South Orange, you know, it wouldn't be crazy to think that similarly well-served universities put a high dependence on mass transit and therefore have a lower ratio of parking on campus. So I have trouble. I mean, you know, the fixed point is that we know from counting how many cars are in spaces that they were full, right? That's a fixed.
We know
point.
we reach capacity on a regular basis.
We really know that,
yes.
Right. The thing we're all struggling with is how much more is reasonable relative to encroaching on the 30-foot setback, and so I have trouble, given the range of 0.2 to 0.55, without knowing what would drive that, of saying that the 85th percentile of that range is the right place to be.
Well, I think you have to look at the specifics. Because we're not proposing something brand new, we have the benefit of the actual data. We have parking accumulation that often reaches the capacity.
Yeah,
of
I think that's right.
supply.
Everyone acknowledges that.
So the ordinance ratio, the ITE minimum, and even the ITE average really get pushed aside, in my opinion, because we're already at the average. Based on our existing parking demand, we're just about at the average. And so from a planning perspective, based on comparable sites of suburban locations and the nationally accepted standards, for my opinion, honing in on that 85th percentile for this land use, which equates to, I believe we've got about a 20% increase in overall parking supply on site. Those numbers, to me, I think are quite comfortable and appropriate, recognizing that we've got recirculation, recognizing that we've got students who won't leave despite a break in their schedule, because the lot's filling up at mid-morning and then difficult to find anything beyond that. And if you look at some of the planning recommendations from ITE, once you reach that 80 to 90%, the perception is that the lot's full. It's harder to find a spot, and people want to find it quickly, of course, in our society, and that then leads to the potential for more illegal parking or parking outside of striped stalls or parking within more confined areas or restricted areas. So the goal from traffic planning is to provide that buffer so that you have the ability to get people into the site, get them to park without having to recirculate, without having to hunt, without having the perception of a crowded or difficult, in this case, parking garage or parking lot to use. And for a land use that has time constraints. People have class schedules as opposed to a convenience use or even a shopping use where if that site's not available, they can move on to their next place for making a purchase or getting a quick item. But here, scheduling and time is important, and therefore providing that buffer is more appropriate for this type of land use.
I want to agree with you. You're 85%. And one of the things that I see you have worked with a number of, I think the number was about 8,352. And what I'm saying to myself is that that's today, and the garage is not going to be built today. But the one thing that we have been hearing all the time is that there's a projection of, I think, 1,250 students that's going to be coming aboard beginning this year and into the future. So what I did, I kept your 85%, and one of the things that we know was that that the present condition is 2,544. So I said, okay, let's stay with that. That's a given, and let's look at the future. And I'm getting 1,250. So I kept to 85%, and I said, okay, I'll live with that. So I'm getting a number, if I add the two, of 3,005. And I know you have a number of 3,082, and I'm saying, okay, not so bad. So because I have 77, the question that I'm asking myself, and maybe this is not for you to answer, but somebody in combination with you, is if I can now understand on every floor how many parking spots we're going to have, I'm willing to say, okay, I have 77, that is too much. Because I'm keeping your 85%, so therefore, could I reduce, like take away a floor, because I have 77 spaces too much. So I think I could get within my variance if I take away 77 parking spots. And it's all the math that you have outlined here. I just did it differently.
Okay, I'm not sure where the 77 spaces come from, and I don't know
Well,
how many spaces.
What I took the 2,544, I took the 1,250 growth, and that gave me 461. If I add the two together, I have 3,005. You have 3,082, based on your 85% projectile. So I'm using your numbers. So I just did it differently, and I'm 77. You at 3,082. I'm at 3,005. So the 77 spaces that's in my mind, and I'm saying, could I reduce something by 77 so I could get, when I take away a space or a floor or whatever, so I could be in variance. So it's you and, if you and one of the guys with billing could tell me per floor.
Yeah, if your bottom line question is how many spaces are there per deck level, that would be someone else. I don't have that answer.
So I'm keeping your number, I'm living with your number, your 85%.
Yeah, again, I'm not quite sure how we did that math, but we'll get you the other answer from someone else.
Sure.
Mr. Adler.
Is there a question as to how many spots there are
Per floor.
per floor? And we can offer Mr. Helmer, he's been previously sworn, to answer that question.
120 spaces.
120 spaces.
120 spaces per level.
Spaces
Correct.
per floor. Okay.
Any other questions?
That's what I want to know, because I'm going to ask for a floor to begin with.
Mr. Adler.
Ms. Dolan, you heard Mr. Steck testify that this is a 20 You heard Mr. Steck testify there's a $20 million project?
Yes.
And you also heard the testimony that it was $20,000 a space?
I believe in excess of 20,000, yes.
How much in excess? Do you have any-
I don't have the exact figure. I don't know the total price on the deck. I just know it's in excess
Well,
of
20 million is the price on the deck. We heard that testimony.
Yes.
And wouldn't 20,000 per space get 1,000 spaces?
We have another witness that can provide testimony on the price for the deck. It's not 20 million.
It's not, well, Mr. Steck testified to that. Nobody corrected it. I don't.
I'm about to be corrected.
We can offer that information, but
Well, I mean, it's testimony. So, does the ITE? ITE?
Yes.
Does that have guidelines on how this data gets collected?
I'm sorry, on how the parking data gets collected?
How parking data gets collected?
Sure, they have recommendations, and people like myself, or even colleges or universities, researchers, engineers, and planners will collect this data and all of the relevant information. In the case of the colleges and universities, it would be the population that we've talked about, and going out and sampling all of the available parking on site, and if there's any off-site, and evaluating those demands against the population.
And you say you've done that for clients?
Yes.
And you follow those recommendations or guidelines of ITE?
We routinely go out and conduct parking accumulation counts, and then back into a ratio for the appropriate type of land use.
And in going out and collecting the data, do you follow any guidelines?
I believe in the handbook or in the back of the parking generation book, there may be some guidelines, but basically the idea is to inventory the demand and then be able to have the data available to create the ratios for the appropriate either building area, unit, or so forth.
I mean, how do you determine that there are no spaces on a deck? I mean, on a five-story deck, how do you determine that?
The prior meetings, there was testimony provided that relied upon parking accumulation data that was collected by university staff.
Do you know how they collected that?
I don't, no.
If they collected it improperly, would that affect your conclusions today?
Well, if they counted that the total number of spaces on the property were used, that would certainly solidify what we've all been talking about. The location of the facilities and the number of people, for example, that were continuously monitoring those areas for parking would come into play.
Do you know what that was?
No, I'm saying I don't. The data was compiled and summarized over 20 some odd days by university staff.
So if the client, for whatever reason, mistakenly collects the data or doesn't do it properly or doesn't have enough people or doesn't do it for enough amount of time, your conclusions in your studies would be all wrong. Isn't that true?
Well, certainly, but if what's being reported is full occupancy of the parking throughout the university, then we know that we've reached the saturation point. We're using up all the spaces.
Well, only if it's accurately reported that spaces all over the university are all full, right?
Well, I don't know why they'd make an investment in a new parking deck if they were not confident they had a parking problem.
Could they have made a mistake in the methodology?
There's certainly human error that comes into play, but if they were studying 20 days, that's an awful lot of data. That's more than is typically looked at for these types of cases. So
What if the data for those 20 days was improperly collected?
if it was improperly collected, we're still coming up with the fact that the 0.3 per population ratio that exists on site is insufficient because people are hunting for spaces, people are not leaving their spaces, and there's an insufficient parking supply on site. That's the bottom line conclusion of the data collection.
Well, data collection, but I mean, if the data is improperly collected, doesn't it change the conclusion?
I'm sorry.
Is your concern the way It seems pretty straightforward to say the spaces are full.
Not to me, because we had a parking expert and a traffic expert on another case, and how that data was collected was not satisfactory to me. I mean, how do you collect data from 4 different decks and parking spaces on lots and determine that at this particular time, they're all full? I mean, I guess it could be done, but I don't know how it was done, and the expert doesn't know how it was done, and therefore I have to question the conclusions.
Well, we have supporting testimony about students complaining about trolling around looking for spaces.
And I believe there was also testimony from Mr. Lothian, who performed independent observations subsequent to the data collection summarized by the university.
That was, as I recall, an one-day observation, correct? Not observations.
I believe my reading of his documents is yes, he was out there, and his staff. So I don't know how many people he had out there, but he did mention it was he and his staff.
Well, we don't know.
No, the report from Mr. Lothian here dated May 23rd, it says, this is supplemental information that were taken on 23 separate days. And then he gave us an account of what he called a typical day. So there were 23 counted days, according to this report.
Right, I understand that. I knew that, and that was in February, as I recall.
February, March, yeah, January through March.
Right, but it doesn't say how that data was collected from all the different places in the university, and I just wonder about, well, the experts.
Well, it's a truism that if the garbage in, garbage out, if the data is collected improperly, then the conclusion is invalid. So that's obvious. And you're questioning, you're basically expressing your doubt about how the data was collected.
Yeah, because I was here for the first meeting, and I watched carefully the June 25th, and I didn't hear anything about it. So I didn't have an opportunity to question it then, so I can only do it now.
What is Mr. Lothian here?
He's in the back.
Did you want?
I'd like to know what the experts are relying on.
Okay, before Mr. Lothian comes up, I think I want to ask our engineer. But I do think if you have particular questions along those lines, you got to satisfy them now. Our engineer had questions about the ITE. Have you heard of the ITE, and is it an authoritative source?
It is. We use it. I actually have a copy of it right here. We referred to it when we did the review as well. Mr. Keller is a traffic engineer, as you know, and he was the one that did the review, relying on this. Also, another...
Speak into the microphone.
Oh, I'm sorry. He also looked at other documents that he had to compare their analysis, and he came in with a range, and their number actually fell within his range. So he felt relatively comfortable with what they did.
Okay, well that's interesting. I don't know if we saw that from him. Did he give us a report to that effect, Mr. Keller?
I don't believe he just reviewed the letter that had come in July 25th, so he did not have time to review.
Okay, because I don't think we received anything written to that effect. Okay, well that's interesting. Okay, so again, Mr. Keller reviewed this. This is an authoritative source and said that Seton Hall's numbers as far as the ITE analysis was proper.
Proper, that's correct.
Okay.
And if I may, I just wanted to add in response to those questions that the parking studies, and I have a witness from the university, Mr. Signorello, who could testify to this.
We can't hear, we're not understanding you. You speak a little slower and a little bit more louder, please.
Okay, thank you. There is a witness that can testify to this, Mr. Signorello, but just to summarize, the parking information was provided to the university vice president's office by the parking security personnel. It was requested by the vice president's office as part of the university's evaluation of the decision of whether to construct this deck. There was also the evaluation by Mr. Lothian and Ms. Dolan testified regarding the industry standard that was used. And we can provide further testimony to answer your questions.
Do you want Mr. Lothian to come forward?
Well, I'm not I have no knowledge of how this data was collected that everybody's relying on. And I'm uncomfortable with that.
Does Mr. Lothian have anything to offer in regards to Mr. Adler's concern?
I was previously sworn.
Yes.
In addition to the data that was provided by the university and their parking staff, where they did continuous counts, different hours throughout numerous days, over 20 days, I did personal observations of the count. I drove through, the entire Lot A was full. That's the biggest on-grade lot. Lots B and D, F around the building was full. I went into the parking garage. I went a continuous circuit all the way up to the top of the garage. Every level was full except there was about 55 spaces. That particular day that I went, one of the days, 55 spaces only on the upper level. Every other space was occupied. And there was 2 spaces, 2 handicap spaces in the one on-grade lot. So my personal observations saw that the entire campus essentially was parked on, it was just an average day that I looked at it. So I had no doubt that the documentation and the information that was provided by the university and their parking count staff was accurate. I believe that was totally accurate because there were so many days that showed exactly what I saw. The entire parking lot and decks were full.
You did this on a number of days? Because I thought your testimony or your report said you did it one day.
My count, my observation
Yours.
was on the one day,
Okay.
just an average day, and I saw how occupied all the parking lots were on that particular day.
On your average day, there were, I think you testified 74, but you say 55 empty spaces.
Total spaces. There was
Yes.
a couple on grade, but that's on just an average day.
Exactly.
Not the peak days that we saw based on the 20 days from January right through March where all of these counts were done. We were looking at it near the end of closer to the end of the school year when we did our count. And even at the end of the school year, there were still occupying near complete parking facilities on campus.
Was school still in session?
It was still in session, yes.
Next.
Any other questions?
Yep. Wouldn't you think that, you made a point that the studies were after the institution of a curriculum change that to some extent spread out the classes from being bunched up in the midday, in the middle of the week, right?
Yes.
Okay. And you said that there's no change, but wouldn't you expect that the institution of a completely new schedule, which it is in effect, might take some time to kick in?
Well, I'm not sure that I said there was no change. What I said was that the parking accumulation studies and counts were performed after that spread out schedule had been implemented. It was in the second semester, as I understand it, of that schedule change.
Right, and wouldn't you expect that it may take some time for that kind of schedule change, it's pretty drastic, to kick in?
Well, I think the counts began the end of January and they went all the way through February and into March. So by that time, anybody who dropped or added classes, made any changes, certainly would have had their schedules down pat. And I would think that the consecutive studies performed through that period would show any fluctuations or any abnormalities. So I don't know that just because the university spread out their schedule that it made any change or didn't make a change, because I never saw any parking data from prior to the changes to that schedule.
And you use the term some buffer. What exactly does some buffer mean?
That the parking supply that we currently have is insufficient by providing what amounts to about a 20% increase based on what I've seen in the numbers we're talking about. That increase in line with this 85th percentile point that the ITE shows, should accommodate the existing demand and then some. That the people who are currently coming later in the morning hunting for a space and not finding one or having to recirculate will be able to come in and park with that extra space, those extra parking spaces available, so that not every space is full, that as people come in, they're going to find a space without having to recirculate.
And the 85th percentile, what is that? What is the other 15% of that 85th percentile?
The ITE explains their data points indicate that that 85th percentile is where 85% of the points fall below that point and 15% fall above. So basically, 85% of the time, that is the parking demand.
Okay.
85% of the time, those amount of spaces will meet the parking
And
demand.
15% would be lacking if that were your, if you only had that supply, then you'd be deficient 15% of the time.
I'm done. Thank you.
Do you have other questions? No other questions? Anything from our experts?
Just a couple quick ones. We heard at the planning board, some of the residents had come out and complained about parking in the residential areas, the students park in the residential areas. Right now, your lots are full. You're going to be building a deck that will have a surplus now. Will this relieve the neighborhoods, do you feel? What's your opinion about, will this deck fill up? I'm just wondering, will this deck fill up like that? Because now the students who all park in the residential areas will use this?
I don't think it'll fill up like that or fill up to capacity based on some of the conversations and numbers that we've talked about with the university staff. But most certainly, one of the goals of providing additional parking on campus is to eliminate the potential for anyone parking on those streets. And I know there's a lot of signs posting no parking at all, no parking this side. So absolutely, this parking deck will eliminate that parking on the adjacent streets. That's one of the intentions of this proposal.
In the calculation that you did for the parking demand, this is based on the current student population. So these students who park outside the university are factored into this as well.
That's correct. It's the current student population, which again, with the continuing enrollment of 1,200 or so and a graduation of the comparable level, that should be a maintained level of population at the campus.
And I've just thrown this out there for sporting events, those are more off-peak during school.
Right, we don't design for those. It's like designing shopping for Black Friday at a mall or shopping center. Certainly those events exist, and this will help to support those events, but no specific studies have been made of those events. But for the day-to-day and regular routine operation, we expect to have more parking than is needed, and certainly, as I said, with the ability to recirculate and find a place being eliminated.
And based on the ITE, that's an average of 20 colleges, I think it is.
I think there were about 20 or so, yes.
20 colleges. Did that take into, Seton Hall's a high commuter school? Are those numbers reflective of a high commuter school?
I think it's one of the many things that I know I've considered. As I answered one of the board members' questions earlier, we don't have the specifics of each of the individual ITE research sites, but they do specifically indicate that mass transit comes into play. And whether or not mass transit is easily accessible is also another factor. We know that we've got mass transit use here. We're trying to promote it. Despite that, we still have a parking demand that we're understanding to be in excess of those averages by ITE. So there are many factors. It's not an absolute science, but we've got a range to work with, and I think Seton Hall is falling within that range of research points.
Well, along those lines, another factor would be the students living on campus. That would be a huge thing. If most of the people are living in dorms on campus, then that would make a difference too, right?
Yes.
Yeah, I think I had mentioned that earlier. The population, the percentage living on campus versus commuting in would certainly come into play as well.
Is that lower for Seton Hall? Percentage of kids living in dorms versus other?
I don't have any specific statistics on that.
Only seniors have cars, is that correct?
Or if they've got some kind of work program that requires them internships that are required, then I believe they can qualify for a pass permit.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, any other questions? If any members of the public showed up, I don't see any new faces here. Everybody's smiling out there. Okay, so thank you.
I think that completes our testimony. I just have some concluding remarks.
Excuse me? Some concluding remarks?
Yes, that concludes our testimony, and I just have some concluding remarks. Is there no other questions from the board?
Yep. I'm sorry, you were going to make some concluding remarks, you said?
Yes.
I'm sorry, I'm really having trouble hearing you.
Okay, I apologize. I think I might not be holding the microphone at the right angle. Yes, this concludes our testimony. I would just like to make some concluding remarks.
Okay, great.
Okay. On behalf of the applicant, I just wanted to thank the board for all of their efforts in considering this application. There have been several hearings, and I know you have thoroughly considered everything. So I just wanted to say thank you. There are several variances that have been sought. There's a D6 variance for height, C setback variance, a fence height C variance, and also there's a waiver for the parking layout for the angle. There has been testimony concerning the need for the additional parking, the fact that the need is based on actual observations, and also the fact that the need is in conformance with industry standards. The testimony supports the appropriateness of the size as well as the location of the deck. The deck also improves circulation. The university conducted a thorough evaluation in order to determine whether to build this deck. There was testimony concerning the significant cost of the parking structure, and one of the board members asked for the cost, and one of the witnesses did provide me with the correction. The cost is $13 million with the estimate of $22,000 per space. This is an estimate as the project has not yet been bid. It's a significant cost, and the university has thoroughly considered the placement of the deck with respect to the neighboring residents, residents including residential neighbors as well as the park. The deck has several benefits. It keeps parking on campus, which is one of the goals of the township, and it has been the township's goals to keep university uses on campus for several decades. The testimony supports that the deck expansion will have many positive effects for the university as well as the surrounding community, namely providing the university with enough parking to effectively operate. It reduces traffic from individuals searching for parking, leaving campus, coming back on campus. It eliminates illegal parking and stacking as patrons wait for parking. It seeks to avoid university parking on residential streets, and it allows those parking on campus to actually leave campus and connect with the community. It also provides for added parking for the university's neighbors, and there's been testimony as well as the support from one member of the public demonstrating the university is a good neighbor and has a very good relationship with the county park. There are several other benefits that I haven't mentioned, but there has been planning testimony to demonstrate that the proofs have been met to establish variances and that the benefits outweigh any minimal detriments. The university also went to great lengths to address all of the comments and questions raised by the board. We ask that the board grant the variances and approve the application. And just as one note that I had also discussed with Mr. Dwyer, I had requested that the board vote on the variances separately. So just to explain that the board vote first on the D variance and then the C variance and then for site plan approval. Mr. Dwyer was acceptable to this, but he asked that I raise it with the board.
The D variance.
That's the height variance, Mr. Chairman. Normally, as you know, I recommend that the board grant the applicant a vote on the entire application as it was presented, but in this instance, the applicant has asked for separate votes.
Okay, and that's their prerogative. And would it be separate, so the D variance would require 5, and then the height, the fence would require a majority.
4.
And the design waiver? 4. Okay.
And the site plan approval 4.
Site plan approval 4, okay. Well, all right, that's fine.
Thank you.
But I have a question for the applicant this evening is, you can see we have 6 members here. And if you'd like, we can go ahead and begin our discussion and debate among ourselves and then take a vote. Or if you would prefer that we have 7 members voting, well then I would just hold off on the discussion. We come back and do that when that person would watch the video and then be a participant in that discussion. It's what you want to do.
Yes, if I may have an opportunity to just discuss briefly with my client.
Okay.
Yes, we would like to come back once the board has additional members.
Okay, so then we will instruct the members missing this evening to watch the video, and obviously we'll be alert at the next meeting that there be 7 members who, and all 7 will have presumably.
We know that we talked last time, right? That everyone was back. So.
Yeah, so I understand everyone will be back in September, so I'll instruct everyone to watch the video.
The applicant would like to know if it's possible to schedule a special meeting.
Oh, jeez.
Probably
yeah, and I know I'm not here until September. I'm coming back the day before, and I think some of us are on vacation in the next. Well, Mr. Dwyer's gone. So I don't think a special meeting. You're not going to have people here. To have 7 votes, and you want 7 votes, or 7 voters. So I think you're going to need to come back on September 3rd, Tuesday, and then I can reliably be sure that we will have 7 people who have either been here or watched the video. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
So that's what we'll do. And it'll be my job with Jetta to figure out, among those who aren't here. Are y'all going to be here? You're not here in September, Mr. Shapiro? Okay, so we'll need to get 3 more people online, or 2 more people online. Okay, and the others of us are here?
I'll be here.
I'm here. Okay, all right. Is there anything else that we need to discuss for this evening? So they will be first on the docket. Right. Unless there's a completeness hearing, and I'm not aware of anything in the works, so y'all will be first on the docket and dispose of the case, okay?
Thank you.
All right, thank you. So have a good evening, everyone. Yes, it'll be carried to September 3rd.